February 17th City Council meeting. I am Jim Nash. I am the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. Tonight, we are operating once again under our new rules, and we will be doing things a little bit different than in previous meetings. If you were here back in the fall, we've had a slight change around public comment, and I'll be highlighting that. We will first convene the meeting before we take public comment. I now call the council to order. Laura, can you please take the roll?
Sure. Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Gore.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Large.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
And Councillor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Now that we are convened, we will take public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you are calling by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you are having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send me a message. To ensure equal access, and because of the open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing the chat function is used for, and it will only be available during public comment. We cannot accept comment over chat. Private chat or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to an open public process, in violation of the council rules for public participation, and violates the spirits and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov, and it will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. I will unmute each raised hand in the order raised to make a comment. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to 2 minutes. This has been a change since some people may have provided public comment in the past. You are in no way obligated to use the full 2 minutes, but if you do, after 2 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. According to the council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it is your time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you will understand when we don't respond. Our rules also state the councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if someone is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't have to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. This meeting can also be watched on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton's Open Media, YouTube, and other platforms. So I see people are turning off their video. Very grateful for that. And let me see. Okay, it looks like the first person up is Tracy Atwood. Tracy, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Culver, and I live in Florence. I'm a lifelong resident of Northampton. I'd like to offer my thanks to the council for their work. My first comment is to address the proposed animal control facility. No other city in the state has built such a facility in a residential neighborhood, including the underused facility in Amherst. The reasons for that are obvious. The Massachusetts Building Code must be interpreted in a way that protects the public safety, health, and welfare. Physical and mental manifestations of noise stress are well documented. By locating this facility where people live, you are choosing to put their well-being and quality of life in jeopardy. I ask you all, if this modest working-class neighborhood was also a small community of color, would you consider building this facility here? If your answer to that is no, then you must also say no to this proposal or label yourselves as hypocrites. I also want to address the police department's urgent need for new dashboard cameras. While I agree that they are needed, I feel that way because I know that they can protect our police from false accusations. Councillor Elkins appears to feel that the cameras are only necessary to, quote, hold the police accountable, as if it is inevitable that they will do something wrong. That's too bad, isn't it? Councillor Elkins did not respond to my email. I'm hoping our other councillors don't have the same unfounded negative opinion of our police force, because that would be untenable. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Next up is Kimberly Harold.
Hello.
Are you there? Hello,
Yeah.
Kimberly.
Hi. My name is Kim Gerald. I live at 66 Pines Edge Drive, and I'm also responding to the proposed animal control facility at the end of Cook Avenue. And I think you should honor the previous mayor's commitment to finding a non-residential location for this facility, as most cities and towns do. I hope you can figure out how to do that and be creative and find a non-residential location for it. An idea that I heard at Saturday's informational meeting, which was very helpful, is that I think it would be an amazing gesture for the city to acquire this land as part of its efforts to grow and protect the Fitzgerald Lake Conservation Area. The city's been doing a great job conserving open land in our city, and I hope they continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, next up is Booker Bush. Let's see, unmute. Hold on, it's me, Booker. It's not you. I'm asking to unmute and
Hello, my name is Booker Bush. I live in Florence. I'm a member of the Human Rights Commission, which is really the reason I'm here to speak tonight. I was also a member of the Northampton Policing Commission. And I'm a member of the Human Rights. And having been involved with that, I really want to thank again all the city councilors for all of what you do. I'm actually here because at our Human Rights Commission meeting, we talked about the need to get more membership to our commission, but what might be barriers to participation with our commission. And I'm really here to speak to, I'm hoping you will all choose to approve setting up a committee to look at what might be potential barriers and what might be solutions to having more people be able to participate in commissions. During the policing commission meetings, we lost valuable members who happen to be people of color, who happen to be young women, who also happen to be people of color. There are substantial barriers to the demands of becoming involved with our democracy and our democratic process. So I'm hoping you will make plans to support setting up a committee to look at ways that we look at what are the barriers for everyone to be able to participate. I'm going to make a quick comment that as a member of the Policing Commission, I'm really uncomfortable about additional funding for the police, though I really admire our police. However, if we have to have dash cam cameras, I would support doing a process with Motorola. I would prefer actually that we didn't need dash cam cameras and we didn't need police. But if we're in that place and in that space, I would support doing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Booker. Next up is Michael. Let's see.
I assume, is that Michael Keston?
Michael, you have the floor. Michael Keston.
Thank you. I am also, thank you to the City Council for all your great work and for serving the city. I appreciate that. I'd like to speak to the new animal control facility. I live in Northampton. I live close by. I'm sure a number of people will speak to the noise concern, so I'm going to leave that out of my comments, but say that the cost as appeared in the newspaper and was discussed in the meeting on Saturday was close to over $750,000. With construction projects, there's always overages. That brings, if you figure in 20% plus or minus, that could bring us to $1 million. If it costs $200 a day, for example, to board a dog at the facility in Amherst, that would mean we could, for the cost of building a new kennel, put a dog up for 5,000 days or 13.5 years every single day in Amherst. It seems like the expense of building a brand new kennel is excessive. Then, of course, on top of that, you have the operating costs, the maintenance costs, the repair costs, the staff costs. There is only one animal control officer, as I understand it at the moment. If this would be a 24/7, 365 facility, how is that going to be staffed with only one person? If that person gets sick or quits or retires, what do we do then? The liability of owning the facility for the city of Northampton versus shipping a dog off to Amherst and sharing the liability if anything should happen to the dog. I would like to see the land bought by the city of Northampton and put into permanent conservation. I understand there's an opportunity to do a property swap with the owner, and I will rest there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, next up is Benjamin Spencer.
Hello?
Okay, you have the floor, Benjamin.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Benjamin Spencer. I live in Northampton. I'm here to express my support for the residents of Cook Avenue, Pine Edge Drive, and Emily Lane, who are concerned about the city kennel being proposed in their neighborhood and adjacent to their homes. I'm glad to have learned that their city councilor and other city officials are in communication with them and are listening to their concerns regarding this matter. Their concerns are very legitimate, and it's great to know that they've got the attention of our officials. I appreciate the work of our animal control officers. It's important work. I understand that there's a need for this facility. Clearly, the city's been looking to build it. Nevertheless, a municipal kennel does not belong near or in a residential neighborhood. It's just not an appropriate siting. And I ask that the city please stop considering this location and find one that is away from homes and more suitable. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Benjamin. Okay, next up, it's a 413 phone number. Welcome to council. Can say your name in town.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Welcome to
Okay.
City Council.
Thank you. Thank you for having this. I'm Patricia Maynard, and I live at Pines Edge Drive, and I'm calling also in concern for the animal rescue of the animal control facility. And my first concern is that the facility will be about 300 feet from my now peaceful patio. A dog barking can reach 120 decibels, and even at 1,000 feet, that would register at 71. Accepted noise level for residential neighborhoods is 60. The smells from the outdoor kennels is also a concern, especially in summer. In researching other similar situations with neighborhood and kennel concerns, the overwhelming recommendation was that new kennels should be placed in non-residential areas. Excessive barking can disrupt a person's ability to concentrate, producing stress and altering psychological and physiological functioning. There's a large body of research showing that excessive noise reduces property values. Having a dog kennel nearby would reduce the amount a prospective buyer would be willing to pay, if he would even buy at all. Apart from noise, smell, and reduced property value for residents, we have an additional very important concern, the conservation area. A dog kennel would infringe on the peaceful atmosphere of the trail. The potential site is surrounded by wetlands, including a perennial stream, which could become contaminated from possible wastewater runoff, typically having high levels of nitrogen from dog urine, as well as sanitizers and chemicals. Wetlands are valuable to wildlife, providing food, water, breeding areas, and protective cover, and should be protected. Broadbrook Coalition has created a gem for the city with significant expenditures of money and volunteer hours, putting this in jeopardy.
Thank you,
Hold on.
Tricia.
Yep.
Next up is Kathy McNally. Welcome, Kathy.
Hello there. Hi, friends. Hi, everybody. I want to say tonight a big thank you to the members of the Finance Committee and Chair Rachel Maiori and members Jim Nash, Stan Moulton, and Marianne Labarge. We had such an engaging and productive and satisfying meeting on dash cams last week, in which dialogue and exchange was allowed. And it was so respectful and civilized and informative. Even when people didn't agree with each other, it really moved the dialogue along on that issue. And I feel like we need so much more of that. And I think that Councillor Stan Moulton's proposal for a forum on dash cams / surveillance is going to be a way to really provide the dialogue and sense of community input that we need and that has been lacking. Although we've had our, our public comment, et cetera, been able to chat, been able to talk and share, I feel like lots more is needed, especially with all the information that's coming up. And we know that in the marketplace of ideas, we need to hear what people say, and we also have to examine what people say closely, and at times be critical of those ideas. We always want to focus our criticism on the ideas and words and actions of public officials, and I think that's appropriate, but never on the person. So I feel like a forum would be a great way to continue and to solve this lack of input and discussion and us being able to digest the dash cam issue. And I strongly support the Stan Moulton's proposal about the forum. And I'm so grateful to Finance Committee Chair Rachel Maiori and Jim and Stan and Marianne. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, next up is Dan Kennedy.
All right.
Welcome, Dan.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to try and get this under 2 minutes. I will do my best. I also want to echo Kathy's sentiments on how how great it is to have a sort of space to do some back and forth work with city councilors. So I really appreciated the finance committee meeting in that format. I'm unsurprisingly here again to express some concerns over a 5-year contract with Motorola Solutions. In just a couple of minutes, I'll say that any cloud storage solution is going to have a lot of concerns, but especially this one. So Motorola's master customer terms, which is the sort of company's terms of use for their tools that they make everybody sign, says that it allows the company and its subcontractors to have the right to process, host, cache, store, reproduce, copy, modify, combine, analyze, create derivative works from such customer data, and to communicate, transmit, and distribute such customer data to third parties engaged by Motorola. That seems really problematic, especially when we just had a sort of we heard that it's going to be really public not public, it's going to be really private and really safe. That screams not super safe to me. And I don't think that we're necessarily going to get Motorola to agree to make an exception for our city, right? That's not what they're going to do. Beyond that, I also really do appreciate the idea of a public forum on dash cams and the idea of whether we want them or not, and police surveillance, at large. I'm inspired tonight by the thought that Northampton was one of the first cities to adopt cameras because they might provide accountability, but all of the research 15 years later says that they don't actually promote accountability. They're signs and symbols of accountability, but they don't actually do that. A large amount of the a lot of times when video is used to hold police accountable is because someone was there as a bystander to record it, which is why the movement for Black Lives has repeatedly called for an end to police surveillance technologies. I really hope that we can engage in these uncomfortable conversations together as a community. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Next up is Gwen Nabad. All right, well, how do I there we go. I think you're
Hello.
unmuted. All right.
Hi, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight and for allowing us each to have our time. I kind of prepared a statement because I always go over. My name is Gwen Nabad and I live in Northampton in public housing. I'm here to speak about the affordable housing units that are slated to be built at 737 Bridge Road. I am concerned about the felling of trees that store carbon. Development has an impact on microclimates and the environment. This location is extremely close to a major highway and many traffic lights that produce air and noise pollution. Trees are playing a part in storing carbon, temperature regulation, and the hydrologic cycle, with water management being an issue just down the road at Hampshire Heights that causes basement flooding. There should be a plan for future residents to have the ability to have community plots. Over the past several years, there has been progress made in awareness of food deserts and heat islands, with Boston being the 6th highest heat island in the country, and Chelsea, Massachusetts declared a food desert. We do not want this to happen in Northampton, and it doesn't have to. Residents have the ability and should have the ability to share community time outdoors and in nature, enjoy the sound of birds, enjoy the cooling effect of shade, and the ability to garden. These are not things that should only be reserved for those who have the capacity to buy property in rural locations. Building heat islands costs more money in the short term and is bad for human health. I am hoping a good part of the natural landscape is preserved in the building, and I'm very happy about the building of the affordable housing. Climate change must be a driving factor in the design and building of any new housing in the city to preserve the environment, and should be livable in a sustainable way for many generations to come. Northampton Police Department has arrangements of some type with Northampton Housing Authority, and I would like to understand better what that arrangement is. For example, do the police contact the NHA as soon as they get a call? I would be asking
Finish your sentence.
the city of Northampton to possibly hold a public forum about the nature of policing at public housing in Northampton, and for there to be more transparency there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Dave Pritchard.
Hi, Dave Pritchard. I live in Haydenville. I'm also on the board of Broadbrook Coalition, and I realize there are many other issues relating to the dog kennel, but I would like to speak to the question of parking. If and when this facility goes through, or anything else that might be developed at Moose Lodge, the question of parking for Fitzterra Lake Conservation Area. There are currently only 4 or 5 dedicated conservation parking spots at Moose Lodge. They're to the far right as you enter the lot, just past the kiosk. However, as most people realize, most people don't use these spots, but park instead in the wider lot in front of the lodge or along the south edge or anywhere they can. This entrance to Fitzterra Lake gets a lot of use throughout the day. There are often 10, sometimes 15, even 20 cars parked there at the same time. Broadbrook Coalition is concerned about what would happen if the conservation parking is limited to just a small number of spots. People are used to coming to the Moose Lodge and being able to park no matter how many other cars are already there. If parking space is too limited, it seems likely that people will just start parking along Cook Avenue or even in the Pines Edge lot, either of which could cause problems with neighbors. We would like to see at least 15 spots for conservation parking, and if possible, as many as 20. Fitzterra Lake is a very popular spot for all kinds of users, dog walkers, runners, family outings, and they're used to finding a parking spot anytime they come. There would seem to be plenty of space in that property to include 15 to 20 parking spots for conservation users, and we hope that this is taken into consideration when planning for parking needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next up is Kim L. Are you there, Kim?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to read from my statement. I'm here, I've lived on Pines Edge Drive for 30 years. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and we share our woodland environment with other residents of Hatfield Street, Cook Ave, and Emily Lane. I'm here today to ask you to vote no to the dog pound on Cook Ave, which is next to my property. It's not a good fit for this residential neighborhood, and here's why. There's going to be a lot of loud barking. It will greatly increase noise, which will disturb the peace here. Even if there's only one dog in the pound, there are hundreds of dogs passing by the location and hundreds of cars going in and out of the parking lot. The sound and scent of dogs and human activities will cause both the impounded dogs and the visiting dogs to bark. The sounds of dogs and people walking and talking, getting out of their cars, slamming doors, will create an unwanted canine chorus of barking. In the summer, it will go on from 6 in the morning until 9:30 at night. Sound barriers and walls will only add to the amplification. The other problem is the environmental impact. Animal waste and urine will need special equipment, storage, and removal. We have to protect our groundwater, brooks, and river, the Connecticut River and city wastewater treatment. Next, keep looking for a non-residential area. How about Old Wilson Road, some cemeteries, Chesterfield Road? Try the golf course, not here on Pines Edge Drive. Long-term contracts, how about looking at a long-term contract? And the cost, $750,000, that's way too much. The city needs to improve its record of treatment in this neighborhood. We've gone to the city for many incidences and many situations, and we have gotten no response in the 30 years I've lived here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim. I hope everybody's seeing our timer here. And I also noticed that people are wrapping up right after the bell. I really appreciate that. Okay, next up is Chris. Laura, are you working to unmute Chris?
I just tried to click.
Oh,
back.
there he is. I think he's there. Chris?
Okay, well, I'm a she, but that's okay.
Oh, okay.
I've got a little
Sorry.
voice. All right, so my name is Christine Clark. I'd like to thank you for your hard work that the council does for our town. I live on Pines Edge, roughly 240 feet from the proposed site. The scenario is very concerning that this is the city's third attempt to put a dog kennel in a residential area. And tonight I ask the council to vote no on this proposal. It's quite possible this kennel will affect residents' equity property. The noise of barking dogs will challenge anybody's mental sanity. The wetland invasion is very concerning. The reduction of parking will force a lot of these cars to park onto surrounding roads, which creates other problems. The interruption of wildlife and human life is unacceptable behavior for the town's official to impose on this neighborhood. There has to be another site that will not inflict such negatives on this or any other residential towns in Northampton. The support and caring from the past kennel fighters, I call them, has been humbling. They have joined us in this fight and expressed shock that this proposal is again a proposal that is again in a backyard. There are still so many unanswered questions as to the conduct, effects, and specifics of this kennel proposal. I feel we deserve many more answers and times to try and understand how this proposal is even a thought again. We await your support and encourage you to vote no to this kennel in a residential area or any other residential areas, and vote yes, please vote yes to finding a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next up is Tammy Supranant. Tammy, you have the floor, I think. Let's see. Tammy, you there?
Hello?
Hello, Tammy, you're unmuted and you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Tammy.
My name is Tammy.
Can you hear us?
I can. Yeah, I think I can beat 2 minutes. My name is Tammy. I live in Ward 6.
Hello, Tammy.
Hello?
Hello, Tammy, you have the floor.
I'm talking.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Tammy.
Oh, I've been talking.
Oh, we haven't been hearing you. Or
Okay,
at least, maybe it's just me. Maybe everybody else was hearing you, Tammy, and not me. You have the floor and go right ahead.
I've lived in Northampton, Florence for the last 35 years. I attend council meetings regarding the purchase of the watchguard cameras.
Tammy, you're going in and out. It's as if the microphone isn't near to your Tammy. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe I'll try to call in.
You know what, Tammy, if you want to leave the meeting and then come back in, I will search for you because you've been in the queue. I mean, if you want to give it one more try right now, because we're hearing you and then not hearing you, it's strange.
Okay, I'm right on top of my computer, so I'll try one more time. My name's Tammy Supranant. I live in Ward 6 in Florence. I've lived in Northampton, Florence area for over 35 years. I attend council meetings frequently via Zoom, and I'm calling tonight regarding the purchase of the watchguard cameras. And I just have a couple of quick comments. Are you hearing me?
Yes, keep going.
Okay. First, I totally support the purchase of these cameras because I feel that they provide transparency for everyone involved. Transparency is something that I hear this council speak about often as one of your values, which is why I was quite surprised that it did not pass unanimously at the last meeting. While I do understand the issue that you have with Motorola, I don't feel that this should be the driving force of your final decision. Additionally, I noticed that many of the people that call into the public comment about this issue are the same individuals that call into many of the meetings related to policing issues. Some live in Northampton, but many do not. And that's not really even what I'm taking issue with tonight. The point that I'd like to make is that I just feel that this is a very small representation of our community. While I'm aware that you probably get emails and phone calls as well, there are roughly 28,000 people that live in Northampton, and I feel that you are not hearing from most of them. Most people in communities would consider this an important police reform measure, and it's what's happening all over the country. It's what people are asking for. Our police officers represent our city, and this is a layer of protection for them, but also for everyone involved. Basically, a recording provides an accurate representation of an event. I would think that that's what we all would want. I hope you can support this purchase for the good of our city and our residents, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tammy. Next up is Nan S. Okay, Nan, I believe you have the floor.
Nancy Smith, Chapel Street. The city kennel is absolutely not an animal lover's dream. Indeed, it's a nightmare for any animal placed in there. It is nothing but a deafening holding facility. The city's study clearly shows the dBs of noise inside the kennel are dangerous and damaging to the dogs and fear-struck kittens inside. No volunteers, adoptions, or visitors. An incredibly expensive dog prison. Over $750,000 is targeted for its construction when we are welcome to use Amherst's empty dog prison for the 5 to 10 strays per year the city handles at costs well below managing our own prison. The harsh mandated cleaning chemicals will reduce the efficiency of our city's sewer system and threaten the conservation and wetlands it borders. Why would we do this? To save our one full-time and one part-time animal control officers the inconvenience of doing 5 to 10 drop-offs and pickups to Amherst per year? Beyond this, owning a dog prison dooms all dogs left in our care to prison for generations. Better options like a private kennel in Florence we once used will be off the table for good. The other 21 to 42 dogs we handle per year have known owners or brought to a quiet spot or a police station for pickup. If we build the prison, your beloved pets will be going to a prison where they could be exposed to infection or other harm. To move forward with the current proposed site in a residential neighborhood in Fitzterra Lake Conservation Area would be clear negligence. The city study is based on an assumption, not a guarantee, and the numbers are not even within zoning regulations. The health risks include cognitive delays in children, heart attacks, strokes, mood and anxiety disorders, and more, which begin with as little as 2 hours of exposure. Divorce and suicides rise as an adult. As a result, no other city in Massachusetts has a city kennel anywhere near residential areas because they care about the health and safety of all their people. This is the third proposal targeting a working class neighborhood. Please do the right thing to the animals and people of this city and vote down this perhaps well-intentioned yet grievous mistake of a project tonight. Thank you all very much for your time and your dedication to the city. And yes, on police dash cams, but maybe a local server. It's a little bit of money to off, set some of the concerns.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up is Bat Phone. Laura, are you unmuting people or is it me?
I'm only when there's a delay. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Do you want me to consistently?
No, I'm fine doing it. All right, Bat Phone, I'm having an issue trying to unmute. You want to give it a try, Laura?
I just did, and it didn't do anything.
Right. I'm not sure what to do. All right. Let's see how we doing on people in time. To the person on Bat Phone, if you want to leave and then come back in on another device, as we're not able to unmute this, but we don't know who you are. It looks like there's only 11 people in the queue and you should be able to queue up. So, all right, we're gonna head on to Chris and I will continue to go back to Bat Phone. Welcome, Chris.
Hello, my name is Chris Kitzmiller and I live in Ward 4. The reporting today from the Shoestring shows that Chief Casper and Director Pagan have misrepresented the data sharing aspects of Motorola's dash cam system against our express concerns. Please read the Shoestring, everyone. They're doing great investigative reporting. In 1985, New York City divested from businesses operating in apartheid South Africa. And under that pressure of losing its contract with the city to provide the police with radio and other equipment, Motorola withdrew from South Africa. It's actually hard to imagine a more direct parallel to our present day, given Motorola's operations in Israel. Additionally, the federal government has shown through their interpretation of third-party doctrine that they feel entitled to all cloud data without a warrant. Tech companies, including but certainly not limited to Motorola, have been found to be sharing data with the government in express violation of city and state laws as in cases in California and Illinois. The Department of Justice's National Institute of Justice published a report on January 7th this year regarding body-worn cameras. Quote, research does not necessarily support the effectiveness of body-worn cameras in achieving the desired outcomes. A comprehensive review of 70 studies of body-worn cameras found that the larger body of research on body-worn cameras show no consistent or no statistically significant effects. It's not just that Motorola's cloud solution is unacceptable, nor is it that Motorola itself is unacceptable. It's that the cameras are not the panacea of accountability and transparency we hoped they would be. Please don't spend money on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next up is Molly Totman. Ooh, moved. All right, there we go.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Molly. You have the floor.
Wonderful. Hi, good evening. My name is Molly Totman. I am also a resident of Pines Edge. And the proposed dog kennel facility is directly in my backyard, as others have stated. And I'm here to just support the incredible work that my neighbors and this community have done in the last few weeks around rallying to pull together really what I would say is strong evidence to oppose this kennel going at the Pines Edge, behind the Pines Edge community. And I won't go into more details. I think everyone has stated all of the facts, and I would just ask that you truly consider the impact that it would have for us and what it would be like to have a kennel in your backyard. We love the trail, and it's such a special place. I echo others in the consideration of the state purchasing it and continuing to conserve the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Okay, next up is Jody Rosenblum. Jody, welcome.
Hello. I guess I'm going to go against the flow here. I'm calling in because I love Fitzgerald Lake. I use the Moose Lodge access weekly, if not daily, sometimes of the year. There's been a huge increase in its use during COVID. And I have friends who live on Pines Edge and along Cook Ave. I see a couple things with Fitzgerald Lake. I have concern about the parking. I think Dave covered that. I would support, if you're gonna do something, make sure there's adequate parking, which I think is, as he suggested, 15 to 20 slots. I think that the building, if that doesn't bother you in your backyard, I don't know what is. And I'm also concerned that there are unhoused people camping back there. So I think there's a certain amount of attending to just, what's a reasonable use of the space. And I think a small facility that upgrades the area could be a positive. And I think some of the assumptions that it's all negative, I would disagree. I would say that there may be, the presence may help dog owners be a little more accountable. A lot of people running their dogs there, a lot of dog walking services running their dogs there. There's plenty of reasons why there's noise, not to mention all of you who live there just re-roofed all your condos, which was a lot of noise for a stretch of time. And I think the animal control center, it's reasonably isolated there and with an effort to keep the noise, and it's more accessible for people to come and get their dogs. I'm also a pet owner. So I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss that there couldn't be a win-win with some improvements of the site and an accountability for the noise and traffic mitigation.
Thank you, Jody. Okay, next up is Shelby. Shelby, you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Shelby. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Shelby Lee, and I'm a resident of East Hampton. I have a medical disability and receive weekly medical services in Northampton. This Motorola contract and dash cam issue concerns me because, as Chief Casper stated during the last city council meeting, most interactions between the police and the public occur from driving incidents. I have to drive into Northampton for my regular medical services. I cannot go without. I really want to address the statements made in the paper by Councillor Elkins, specifically that the city urgently needs reliable dash cams. Based on Chief Casper's statements during the last meeting, the dash cameras currently in use record just fine. The problem they're having is that the recorded data doesn't automatically wirelessly upload correctly all the time. Many first responders use dash cams and are capable of offloading the information from the cameras manually at the end of their shift without difficulty. If 911 responding EMTs can do it using a manual offload during the height of a pandemic, the NPD should be able to do it. This would leave the city plenty of time to have a conversation about what they want to do overall in terms of dash cam technology and police funding in the city moving forward. Members of the community of Northampton are very clearly asking you to delay this decision and have a larger conversation about this. They're not confused or misunderstanding the situation. You're simply not listening to them. Lastly, I would like to say, as far as cloud-based storage solutions go, there are many alternatives to Motorola. From my understanding, the city of East Hampton uses a company called Enterprise to handle cloud data. They picked that company from a quick list of pre-vetted companies provided by the state. They also get a discount for using a company from that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Next up is Dana Goldblatt. Welcome,
All
Dana.
right, Dana Goldblatt.
Welcome, Dana.
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I heard somebody say hi very excitedly. So
I
hi
have no
to
idea
whoever
who
that
it
was.
was.
Me neither. Hi.
You have a fan somewhere.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So-
Sorry.
I'm an attorney. I live in Northampton. I have my office in Northampton. I practice in Northampton. And I am here to basically provide a counterpoint to some of the statements that Attorney Elkins made in her op-ed. I have to say, 5 years ago, if you'd asked me, I would have said all the same things. I would have thought dash cam, they seem really helpful, right? Like it's objective video. And I've learned a lot about what the drivers are of mass incarceration and how police tools help with that. And so I just want to go through some of the things that I've learned over the past years of working against mass incarceration. First of all, the goal of the dash cam is to elicit self-incriminating statements during a conversation. And they work. Not only do they preserve the statements, but people who are aware of being videotaped are more likely to make incriminating statements. This data has been reproduced, but is not well theorized. People don't know why, when you tell people they're being recorded, they start making incriminating statements about themselves, but this is a thing that they do. It is part of the reason that interrogations are recorded. The reality is judges don't disbelieve police most of the time. So the police aren't recording it to prove that what they said is true. The police are recording it in part because they know that people talk more in that situation. Second, it's a police perspective video. It's staged. The police officer is also the cinematographer. He knows when to step in and out of frame. And that pretty much eliminates its use as an accountability tool for police. The third is implicit bias. There's a lot of data on this, that white viewers, when they see these roadside videos, are very aware of this genre, that it's cop versus criminal is how they see it. And they immediately regard the person who's been pulled over as having done something wrong. The lighting, the angles, they recognize it all. So
Dana.
there's more. And of course, we
Time's
can't
up.
get into it. Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because this is such an important issue. I hope you'll take up the invitation to have a real dialogue about this, because there's
Thank
so
you,
much
Dana.
data and I've learned so much about it. And I hope that other people will have that opportunity too before they.
Next up is Amy Bookbinder.
Okay, do you hear me?
We hear you, Amy. You have the floor.
Okay. Hello, everybody. First, I want to join others who have thanked the Finance Committee for its wonderful meeting. It was inclusive, informative, and comprehensive, and welcoming, and a welcoming, open-minded discussion of the dash cam contract before the full council tonight was held. And I also want to thank all those in the public who called in to that and tonight to share their research and expertise with the committee. And although one counselor wrote an op-ed in the Gazette this week, strongly arguing for and stating her vote tonight will be in favor of contracting with Motorola Solutions, before hearing from the public, including her constituents, and the Finance Committee's report back, although she voted to send the matter to the Finance Committee, I hope she and all of you on the council will pay attention to the expertise of the public and the report back from the Finance Committee, including its recommendation for a community forum on dash cams in our sanctuary city. That's what I believe city councilor integrity looks like. In closing, personally, I feel more surveillance will harm us all, particularly those most marginalized. If you don't think that matters in Northampton, remember, it wasn't body cams or dash cams that brought justice to Jonas Correa, a young Black man in Northampton a few years back. It was a bystanders video that held the police accountable for excessive use of force here in our progressive city. We need a public forum. I hope you all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next up is Adrienne, or Adrienne. Please correct me on the pronunciation of your name. Ask to unmute. I'm sorry, it's not unmuting. Let's see. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, it's Adrienne pronounced, but it's spelled Adrienne. Anyway, I'm Adrienne Andrews and I live in the Pines Edge condos. And I'm hoping and asking that the council vote no on the proposed, what I call dog pound, which is, it's not a kennel as was distinguished at the Saturday morning gathering. It's something else. But, and others have articulated my concerns as well about placing that animal containment location at the doorstep of our lovely community and the neighborhood on Cook Avenue. And so what I would ask is that the city consider the cost benefit. Supposedly at any given time, there may be 2 dogs housed, if that many at one given time, but there's being housing accommodations made for 8 animals, 8 dogs, and however much else for cats and other varieties of animal life. And so to spend 3/4 plus of dollars, city dollars, taxpayer dollars on something that will be minimally, hopefully, used doesn't seem to have much of a cost benefit value. And I think, you know, to protect the wildlife that roam the woods that surround this area, perhaps the money could be better used to foster community of care services, houselessness, housing, and other more human and citywide needed citywide needs. And so please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Next up is Lemmy.
Hi, my name is Lemmy Coffin. I live in Northampton. I just want to make a quick point that, people are upset about people commenting from outside of Northampton, but an Advocate article in 2015 quoted that the NPD chief at the time said that 66% of arrests were residents outside of Northampton, 19% of whom identified as homeless or transient. And I want you to think about the demographics of our region and the intense segregation. And why do you think so many of the arrests are in fact not Northampton residents? And it is not only Northampton residents who are being surveilled and policed by Northampton Police Department. And unless 100% of the arrests of the NPD are Northampton residents, then anybody should be able to comment on it. And we need to listen to those who are being over-policed in this country. Black and brown leaders fighting for racial justice around the country have made it clear dash cams is a tool we can put down to minimize mass incarceration. It's a tool we can put down literally right now to stop the funnel of mass incarceration that we all know about. Some of us were in the room 2 years ago when counselors that are sitting here were saying we need modest, incremental, low, step down funding of the police. And here we are 2 years later, and here's a perfect, normal, systemic opportunity to simply divest from one tool that policing uses to feed the system of mass incarceration. There's nothing more routine than just not signing a contract. I don't understand why it's so controversial. And lastly, what the shoestring really said in their article was about, and Dan covered it and other people covered it, but it's very clear that they can process, host, cache, store, reproduce, copy, modify, combine, analyze, create derivative works from such customer data. And also the emails also illuminate that there is an actual incentive that from the police department to continue surveillance, to continue the tools that are feeding mass incarceration in our own town with our own taxpayer dollars. So please just do the systemic thing and don't sign the contract and get a public forum.
Thank you. All right. Robert Eastman. You have the floor, Robert.
Great. I'm Robert Eastman. I live in Northampton, Ward 3, and I just want to thank Lemmy for their comments. I agree with all of that. I also really want to echo what Kathy McNally and Dan Kennedy spoke about tonight, about the importance of community dialogue. And so I wanted to share a quote from the Shoestring article that many people are referring to tonight, from Cade Crockford, who is the Technology for Liberty Program Director at the ACLU of Massachusetts. Cade said that too often, local police make decisions about acquiring and using surveillance technologies unilaterally and in secret. These police surveillance technologies, like policing itself, disproportionately target Black and brown people. Cade went on to say, the people, not police, should decide if and how surveillance technologies are used in their communities. Again, that's the people and not the police should decide. And it just feels like the police are really trying to push this through. As others have said tonight, they have really refuted the urgency of this request to sign the contract. And I really would hope that a public forum is possible. I couldn't attend the finance committee meeting, but I had a chance to watch it and was just so impressed by the conversations that were happening at that meeting that night. So thank you. And finally, I just want to also echo Gwen Abad's request for a public forum about police presence at public housing in Northampton. I would also like to know what that relationship is about. And I have a few more seconds, so I'll just read a quote from a Valley Advocate article. It said, speaking to Hampshire Heights, residents of Hampshire Heights, including a 16-year-old, looking out her window at night and seeing police cruisers is oppressive. To them, everyone is the aggressor, she said. They make me feel comfortable.
Thank you, Robert.
Walking down the street in Springfield. It says 16.
Thank you, Robert. Okay. Ryan. You are unmuted. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Ryan McChesney, Ward 3B. I'm just here once again to echo many of the things that have already been said during this meeting. I did speak 2 weeks ago in opposition of the city signing a contract with Motorola Solutions and would like to publicly state my opposition to that again. I stand with many of the people, Lemmy and Dana and Dan and Robert, who have raised concerns about increased police surveillance in that community, who that affects primarily, and who that supports. And I still feel like whatever the stated sort of goal of these dash cams are, there are a lot of potential intended or unintended consequences, people that can and are harmed by this data and by the surveillance. Again, I speak in part based on my experience working with undocumented folks who are, very concerned about increased surveillance and the increasing the fear that puts on them. I would also like to echo the thanks to the Finance Committee for hearing this matter. Thank you to Rachel Maori for allowing public comment and discourse during that meeting, and to Stan Moulton for proposing a public forum before this is decided. I think that clearly there is a lot of input that the community has to give on this and on their, the role of dash cams and police technology in general in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Spencer. Spencer, you have the floor.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Good evening. Thank you for, hello?
Welcome.
Thanks. Thank you for the time. Basically, I'm saying, I'm Spencer Peterson. I'm calling from Holyoke. I work in Northampton and spend money in Northampton. So for all the taxpayers in Northampton, remember that we produce in your economy and pay taxes too, and policing, like everybody, other people have said, affects people that aren't from Northampton. I'm from Holyoke. I echo everything everybody said regarding the police surveillance issue. I don't think anybody could say it better. I recommend going forward with any forum regarding police oversight. And, the reality is we're Americans. We should not be giving more power to a police state. I don't understand why this is a foreign concept. Everybody likes to beat their chest and say they're Americans. This is pretty straightforward to me. No surveillance states, pretty straightforward. And the reality is, let's spend the money somewhere else, and literally anywhere else. But I appreciate the time, and the real thing is, people out of town calling in. We're not calling in about your dog kennel. We're just not, because that's your issue. Policing is everybody's issue, and we have a history of fascist policing in the United States. It's just a sad truth, and we just got to deal with it. So no to more surveillance, no to more tools. Yes to any given forum, any day of the week. I will show up and plead my case on why police shouldn't have any more power. And I'm sure other people like Dana and other people have spoke so eloquently about this. So please, no more power to these guys. None. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Okay, Sean. Sean, you have the floor.
Hi, my name's Sean Amore. I'm from Northampton. Excuse me. I've lived here most of my life. My family has lived here all their life, and I don't think that matters at all when I come to say as well that we shouldn't be spending any more money on the police department. Policing, it's a national epidemic. Everyone should care about it, no matter where you're from. And the way we're at right now as a society, we should be focusing on abolishing the police, not reforming them. Any efforts towards surveillancing the police or policing the police should be done by the community, not by the cops themselves. You can't trust them at all. That's pretty much what I have to say. I echo everything that Dana and Lenny said so eloquently. Also not for the dog kennel either. So spend the money anywhere else but on the dog kennel. It's really a waste of money. It's ridiculous you guys are considering it. It's $750,000 proposed for the building, $100,000 for the lot.
Sean, I think did you mute? Sean, we're not hearing you. Sean? I guess, all right, I'm assuming he's finished. Okay. Thank you, Sean. Next up is Ya-Ping Douglas. Welcome, Ya-Ping.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to read some quotes from a few sources. So I'm going to first read from a report done by the International Associations of Chiefs of Police on dash cams. So it says, to measure the impact cameras have had on the judicial process, the IACP entered into a collaborative effort with the National District Attorneys Association and the American Prosecutors Research Institute. Of the prosecutors surveyed, an overwhelming number, 91%, have used video evidence captured from the in-car camera in court. They reported that the presence of video evidence enhances their ability to obtain convictions and increases the number of guilty pleas prior to going to trial. A great majority of prosecutors, 93%, rated the overall use of video evidence as successful or highly successful. And then in an article, an online police publication in an article titled 5 Reasons Why a Police Department Needs an In-Car Video System. Number 4 is dash cam video evidence improves conviction rates. The use of dash cams has increased conviction rates for most cases. Officers may now collect any evidence of value and still have video as an additional piece of evidence for cases. In some instances, when there is no other evidence collected, the unit cam remains as a source of evidentiary value. This may also provide a more solid account and in turn help the police officer win their case. Indeed, 93%, oh, that's a repeat. And then also from the Motorola Solutions WatchGuard page, there's a little icon and it's called Judicial Sharing. And it says, keep partners up to date with a dedicated, streamlined page for prosecutors. Provide access to all of the case content shared with them, even from multiple agencies from one secure location. And with the movement for Black Lives, they say, while a vast and web of surveillance spreading throughout the US impacts everyone, the harm targeted to... I'll send the link. Thanks.
Thank you, Ya-Ping. Okay, next up is, I'm going to go to Joanna May Booty. Let's see.
Yep, that's me. I'm here if you hear me.
There you go. You got the floor.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Montague, Mass. Currently, a former resident of Northampton. Happy to be here this evening as an out-of-towner who visits very often and speak and stand with everyone and echo what everyone who talks against the surveillance and the contract with Motorola has been saying tonight to the council. I don't think there's much more to say than that. I hope that you listen to the community members that have come out tonight to speak to you. And I know that the Finance Committee has already done that. Thank you, Rachel and others, for listening to the community. I hope that more forums can be held so that individuals can continue these conversations and that an action, a vote yes, will not be made tonight or anytime soon, and that this will remain a sanctuary city and not a surveillance city. This is not what the community needs or wants. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joanna. I see Amy Bookbinder's hand raised, but Amy, you have already spoken, and it could, I'm going to lower your hand, and I'm assuming that
I just couldn't figure out how to unraise.
Oh,
my
okay.
hand.
You and I are both here having technological challenges. Okay. All right, Amy.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then mute. Okay, great. All right, is there anybody else here for public comment? I don't see people in the queue. I'm doing a scan through the screens here. Oh, it looks like we now have somebody here. We still have time. Gabe is here.
Hi.
Gabe, welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Gabriel Peoples. I use they, them pronouns. I am a resident of Ward 2 in Northampton. I am also a social worker. I am here to echo what has already been said to oppose both the use of dash cams and the contracting with Motorola Solutions in particular. I think that people who are a lot more knowledgeable than I have enumerated the many harms of this technology and why it doesn't make sense in our city, in a sanctuary city, in a city where we purportedly care about immigrants and people of color. I also do want to speak briefly to purchasing land for a animal control center. I know that there was a proposal, a number of months ago at this point, to do that in my neighborhood in Ward 2, which I was a fan of. I know that some neighbors were upset about it, but I do think that in moving facilities away from policing so that animals that are picked up aren't being held at the police station, that would be really great. I know that there are some difficulties in the city with finding an area that isn't a residential neighborhood. I know that neighbors are concerned about noise. I think that those are valid things to be aware of, and I am in favor of moving our animal control office and our animal control officers away from being housed in the police station. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Gabe. Okay. I see there's an Allison who is in, she said she's having trouble raising her hand. Let me see if I can. Allison. Huh. Oh, there's Allison. Okay. Allison. I'm asking. Allison, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad we're able to hunt you down. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you. My name's Allison Berryman. I'm from Northampton. I live on Pines Edge in Ward 1. I just want to comment about the proposed animal control facility, the proposed site. I echo the comments of those who are opposing it. Don't want to bog down details or statistics or things like that. I just want to say that it's obvious that there is a need for an animal control facility in Northampton. There's no doubt about that. I do, however, feel that the proposed site is not appropriate or reasonable option, given that it's in a residential area and abuts conservation land. It will increase noise, light, and environmental pollution to a precious and vital part of an active residential and conservation area. It concerns me that the noise, light, pollution from this facility will detrimentally impact the well-being of my community members, including humans, wildlife, soil, trees, flowers, plants that live in close proximity to this proposed site. I just ask that you consider this when voting tonight and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. Okay. Right.
Jim, I've lost the little yellow mitten to raise my hand.
Okay, hello. Oh, welcome, Mary.
Hi, Jim, and all of you. Just briefly, I didn't come to speak to either of the two issues, although I tended to think that the Cook Avenue location for a very, very small dog facility might make a lot of sense, again, as long as the parking spaces are preserved for people using the conservation trail. Secondly, I have strong personal feelings about policing and the issues of stereotyping some people as likely good citizens and others, primarily people of color, as a suspect in a mostly white community like ours. That issue strikes very close to my heart. Emotionally, I have two relatives on the African American side of our family who were lifelong professional police. Other relatives who are poor and can't step out of their neighborhood. This is not Northampton, without fear after dark. And so, I supervised the police department 25 years ago and was very proud of the great majority of our police officers. So what I came with a question about is the major change in downtown zoning. I hope that there will be more public discussions of that issue. I don't think most members of the public are aware of it yet.
Thank you, Mary.
That's all.
Okay. All right. It's like we're having people ghostly show up and all right. Anybody else? Counselors, you see anybody else in there? Anybody else chatting? All right. Okay. I think we have completed public comment. And okay, that means I have to pull up the agenda here. Okay. So first on the agenda is the announcement of a public hearing. Announcement of a public hearing concerning the Northampton Capital Improvement Program for FY 2023 through 2027 will be held on Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. In accordance with Article 7, Section 7-5 of the Charter, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, March 3rd, 2022 at 7 p.m. The City Council will consider the capital improvement program for FY 2023 to 2027 and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Instructions for accessing the hearing will be posted on the March 3rd, 2022 City Council agenda to be posted no later than 48 hours prior to the meeting on the city website at www.northamptonma.gov. The CIP is available for inspection here. So if you have the agenda, you can click on a link to the capital improvement program. And I'm also assuming, Mayor, that it's on the city website as well. Is that correct? Mayor. And I see Councilor Maori, let's see.
Yeah, I was just going to say, President, that I don't think the link isn't working for me. And so I hope it is on the website. It may work for others. It's telling me I need access. I just tested it. But hopefully it will be on the website and certainly in the agenda 2 days before.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I should have done that before public comment. Holy moly. Okay. Announcements from counselors and the mayor, and maybe the mayor can say where that is. Counselors, any announcements? Counselor Maori. Oh, what's going on here?
No, I got it. I was just slow. I was just going to announce as chair, I was wearing my chair hat of finance and saying the next finance committee will meet via Zoom Tuesday, March 1st at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you. The agenda will be posted a few days before on the city website.
All right. Counselors, any other announcements? Does anybody see the mayor?
Nope.
What
You
the?
can't see me? There she is.
I hear you now. Where'd you go? There you are.
I can see me. You can't. Can anybody see me?
Now we see you. Welcome. Do you have any announcements?
Well, first, Councilor Maori, I will check on that and make sure that the link is working. It was uploaded,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry if it's not working, but we will make sure that it is. I actually did want to announce something to the council that I was made aware of in the last day or so, which is that Governor Baker signed a law extending until July 15th the authorization for virtual public meetings, so a remote option for public bodies. So that was set to expire in April, but they have extended that now till July 15th. So I just wanted the council to know that.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a timely announcement. Okay. Any other announcements? Right, gone. Now, Mayor, we don't have any presentations, correct?
Nope.
No? Okay. We are up to the consent agenda. Counselors have the opportunity to request, just one counselor can request anything being removed from the consent agenda. I'm going to read what's on the consent agenda, and counselors can ask for removals. We have the minutes of the February 3rd City Council meeting. We have appointments to boards, committees, and commissions, all positive recommendations from city services. We have Garrett Williams of 4 Sun Hill Drive, Florence, to fill a term running from 2022 to June 2025 to fill a vacancy for the Arts Council. For Parks and Recreation Commission, we have Kelsey Flynn, 15 Edwards Square, Northampton, term 2022, January 2022 to June 2025. To the Planning Board, Chris Tate of 46 Upland Road, Leeds, the term January 2022 to June 2025. Full member from associate member. Trust Fund Committee, Jacob Dissinger, 8 Stonewall Street, Leeds, term June 2021 to June 2024. That's for a reappointment. So those folks are all coming forward from city services with a positive recommendation. We have the item that went to city services for the reappointment of Attorney Alan Seawald as city solicitor. There was a positive recommendation from city services. We have in order to appropriate $45,000 in Whiting Street Trust funds. This is the second reading, and we had it put on the consent agenda for today. And then the following two names are for appointment, for referrals to city services. For the Arts Council, we have Pete Olson of 380 South Street, Northampton. The term would be from 2022, February 2022 to June 2025. And for the Human Rights Commission, Chelsea Sunday Klein, 42 Cherry Street, Northampton, term February 20, that's got to be wrong. I'm sure it's 2022 to June 2025. That is the consent agenda. Counselors, are there any requests for removals? Okay.
Councilor Jarrett's
Council
hand.
President.
Yeah, Counselor Jarrett.
I'd like to request the removal of Garrett Williams.
Okay. All right. We will remove Garrett Williams from the consent agenda. Any other removals? Seeing no other requests for removals from the consent agenda, there's no discussion on the consent agenda. Laura, roll call, please.
I didn't hear a motion and a second on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Could we get a motion?
I make a motion.
To approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I always start slow and then I pick up. Okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. All right.
Now ready for roll call.
Now for the roll call. Okay.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
And Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, great. The consent agenda passes. We had one removal, which was Garrett Williams, requested by Counselor Jarrett. Counselor Jarrett, you have the floor.
Move approval of Garrett Williams to the Arts Council.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, so my question is more general. It's not just about this specific appointment. I've heard from many constituents about the Arts Council, especially in regards to the canceling of the biennial show. And I just wondered if the mayor and the city services committee members, if they would be able to speak about how they're considering these issues during the appointment process as we're kind of repopulating the Arts Council. As I know there have been many resignations, and that's an option if anyone would care to speak to that.
Mayor. She can't unmute. What the heck? There you go, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councilor Jarrett. I mean, I haven't had a process for very long, but I can tell you my process thus far has been to check in and see if there's an area of expertise or something that would be helpful for the board or committee. And so, for example, for the Board of Health, you know, there's often areas of expertise that they're looking for. For the Arts Council, the director, Brian Foote, tries to have representation from the different arts on the board. And so I had checked in with him and he felt that the two appointees, so the one that you pulled off, and then there's someone who was appointed tonight and was referred to city services, fit areas he was happy to have represented. So in this instance, it was cinematography and someone with digital arts and digital expertise. The Arts Council has dropped below having quorum to meet and is not able to meet, and heartbreakingly lost a member from the Arts Council on February 7th when Kent Alexander died. So that is a tragic loss to them, and we're trying to get them back to a place where they can meet. So those are those two appointments, and I have actually been doing a lot of work talking to different arts organizations and artists to see if they're interested or if they have ideas of other folks who might want to serve. But that's just sort of been the process for me thus far.
Thank you. And yeah, any city services folks want to chime in?
Well, I see Councilor Foster has her hand raised.
Thanks, Councilor Jarrett. That's a good question. I'm the City Services Committee member that spoke with Garrett Williams to make a recommendation for his appointment. And we spoke at length. Actually, he's newer to the area, has expertise in lighting. Really interesting. But we spoke about kind of his goals and what he would hope to contribute. And, he's definitely aware that the Arts Council has had a fracture and is willing to work with that and is looking forward to contributing in whatever way he can. We have made a request from City Services for Brian Foote to come and meet with us so we can learn more and speak with him and are waiting on that as well. We know there's quite a bit of community interest in the Arts Council and are, definitely have that on our radar.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to approve this appointment. Any more discussion? I'm looking at Councilor Jarrett. You good? All right.
I'm good, thank you. When I would, Councilor Foster, do you know the date yet of when Brian Foote would be coming to the City Services meeting?
We made a request for March, but I don't yet know if he'll be able to make it.
Okay, yeah, I look forward to that information, that announcement. I think that could be an opportunity for folks to engage.
Looks like the mayor may know. I would expect the mayor would know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there could be a great opportunity for folks to engage. And in our committee meetings, we often have more opportunity to have a back and forth or to ask questions.
I'm still waiting to figure out whether he can be there in March as well. I don't have a definitive answer. Just for those who don't know, he is on paternity leave and is not working at sort of full capacity. So that's just why scheduling is a little bit harder right now than it normally would be. His son is absolutely adorable.
Well, on that note, can we have let's have a nice little vote here. No more discussion. I can't see any more hands. All right. Roll call, Laura.
Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
And Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Nash, can we have a brief recess before we proceed to the financial orders?
Sure. Does a 5-minute recess work for folks?
5 minutes. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Oh, so.
All right. I think I'm going to use the break, Laura.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, Jim,
Yes, Marianne.
I bought myself a new used car.
Wow, nice. What'd you get?
I'm getting rid of the red Buick I've had for, oh my God, a long time, using it as a city car, for city council and everything. It hit 189,000 miles. I bought a Toyota Corona LE with 25,000 miles on it. All black outside, all black inside. It's gorgeous. Picking it up tomorrow.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great, Marianne.
Yes, I can't wait to pick you up at Edgemile. Come on.
How's the show going, Garrick?
The opener is on their last song right now. The building's not burning down.
There's so much multitasking that goes on in this meeting between parenting and working.
That's the story of my life. I'm not doing two things. I'm not doing it.
Okay. I know I said 5 minutes, but I didn't look at the timer or on my clock. So I'm going to assume 5 minutes is up. And where's Liz? You with us?
All right. I feel like I'm in a dungeon in here, realizing the decor in this office is not the best.
Doesn't look bad to me.
That's literally like an elevator shaft. It's just an empty elevator. Like it's
Bring out the GIMP.
Yeah.
Industrial chic. It's industrial chic.
It does look industrial chic.
Wow.
Okay. Where is Nam?
Oh my Lord.
I was looking just in case they're like on a different screen and can't unmute.
I'm with you, Rachel.
Yeah, getting a little stretch.
Yeah, usually Nam gives us a countdown. Maybe I should go look at the TV and see if we're still on. Let's see.
Counselor Nash, I got a call just now from a resident in the city in regards of during public comment also, and problems with the voicing and the video parts of what's happening tonight.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, I think I'm just going to get us started, and I'm assuming that Nam has us running right now. So
we're going to hit record again, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see them.
Okay. Are we recording?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Now we welcome back, everybody. Now we are up to financial orders. We have an order 22.025, in order to acquire property located at 196 Cook Avenue. This is up for its first reading. I'm pulling the document up here. I'm going to read it because there's a lot of people interested in it tonight. In City Council, February 17th, 2022, upon the recommendation of Mayor Gina Louise Shera and Office of Planning and Sustainability, 22.025, in order to acquire property located at 196 Cook Avenue. Whereas the city's capital plan approved by City Council provides funding to develop an animal control facility for the police department and animal control officer use. And whereas the city identified 196 Cook Avenue, the former Moose Lodge property owned by Apple Tree LLC, or some or all of their principals, as the best place for an animal control facility, with opportunities for sound mitigation from the nearest homes and for limited parking to serve the adjacent Broadbrook Fitzterra Lake Greenway in a rural yet relatively central location. The city has entered into a purchase and sale agreement, whereas the city has entered into a purchase and sale agreement and option with Apple Tree LLC to purchase 196 Cook Avenue for $100,000, subject to due diligence and City Council approval. Ordered that the City Council hereby authorizes acquisition by purchase, gift, eminent domain, or otherwise of the property located at 196 Cook Avenue. Further, the City Council authorizes the mayor to execute such documents and instruments as may be necessary to achieve the purpose of this order. Further, the City Council appropriates the $100,000 from the receipts reserved for appropriation sale of land account. And there's a kind of a rough site plan for this order. And so I have introduced that. Mayor, do you want to say some words about this?
Sure, absolutely. And Director Fiden is also here.
Okay.
And we have some slides. First, I thank you everyone who spoke at public comment and those that attended the meeting on Saturday. I want to assure the residents in that area that I know and absolutely hear their concerns, and I want to work to address them. So I'm going to talk about some of the questions that I've heard, as will Director Fiden. First, I want to talk about the need for this facility. Some of you counselors, this will sound very familiar. We've had this conversation quite a few times. This has been a need for a very long time. And the council has appropriated funds for it in the past through capital improvements. It's been a very active discussion for many, many years, and many locations have been thoroughly investigated. The kennel that we're currently using in Amherst is an unstable situation, to sort of put it mildly. They've not always agreed to contract with us, and we've had to find other solutions. In addition to the annual cost of using Amherst, there's also a per dog cost that can be very expensive. But again, this is not a stable situation with that kennel. Additionally, they do not accept all dogs. For example, pregnant dogs, they will not take. They will not quarantine dogs, which is something that is a requirement that we need to have, or a requirement we need to meet. They also don't accept any other animals like cats, and we certainly do have cats at times. And that's something that I think this community has always supported, caring for cats in that way. So because of this and other reasons, Amherst it's not a good temporary solution. It's certainly not a long-term solution, and could sort of at any moment cease to be part of an already not good situation. So the reality, and you can see, hopefully you can see in these slides, is that we sometimes have animals kind of all over, including in the basement, garage, and other areas of the police department. We often rely on the generosity and good graces of vet clinics and others to help sometimes. We have to store food and supplies in places like the cold storage at the PD, which is damp and not meant for animal food or any of this kind of stuff, or kennels and things that can rust. And right now there is a temporary cat kennel feline area in the police department wash bay where vehicles are washed and repaired. This is not a heated, it's not a space that is heated or cooled like a regular indoor room because it's a garage or a bay. And so mitigation has had to happen to make it, for it to be safe. But it also means there's not enough room to pull a vehicle into the bay, so that space cannot be used for what it's meant for, including repairs. So additionally, we're required by state law to wash and sanitize all blankets and bowls after each use, which we can't accomplish. And so the animal control facility would provide the space to meet that regulation among many other regulations. It would also have a separate space for quarantining animals, which I mentioned is a regulation that we need and we currently don't have. You know, our community has a lot of need for animal control, and I think we have high expectations for the quality of care, as do I have high expectations for that quality of care. This is not sort of the cartoon dog catcher vision, right? This is, our ACOs are very different. We have 2 ACOs, and they are compassionate and love animals and are working to provide care to animals that end up under their care for various and sometimes really hard reasons that they do. So there is very much a need for this facility and has been for many, many years. Kind of going back to sometimes the hard reasons, these is sort of hard for me to talk about. You know, one of the questions is, why does this facility need to house potentially up to 8 dogs if the average is somewhere more like 2 dogs? And you know, this is not, doesn't happen often, but sometimes there are cases that involve abuse or neglect or cruelty that involve animal hoarders and multiple animals that need to be removed at once. Thankfully, as I said, that it's not often, but this does happen. Additionally, we are committed in all of our planning and factoring in climate resilience and a need to be able to accommodate an emergency, whether it be a storm or a fire that displaces people from home, and where they would need help with their pets, and we want to be able to provide that space for them. So those are some of the things that I wanted to cover, and I know Director Fiden is also going to go over some things about this particular spot and why it's been identified and why we're having this conversation right now.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a lot more slides. The mayor is more articulate in one slide. I'm just going to race through slides. I'm not going to go over all these points, but it's just sort of big picture things. So the city has been looking for a long time. You know, I mean, the story I tell people is I've been in the city for 33 years, and David Musanti, who was mayor when I was hired, before he was mayor, when he was county commissioner, wanted to put a regional dog kennel, dog and cat, but primarily dog at the time, at the state hospital. So there's been conversation about this for a long time. Central services, with mayor's support and police support and animal control officer support, have been looking for a long time at a number of sites, have been narrowing it down. You know, you heard some speakers say there was an agreement not to put in residential areas. I don't think that's exactly what I heard. It was, we wanted to make sure we had a good separation from houses. We wanted to make sure we could control noise. So series of sites have been looked at over the years, lots of challenges. You know, basically most undeveloped land in Northampton has wetlands, has homes, has conservation areas nearby. So a lot of challenges. So one of our key decisions after the last mayor said we don't want to do it at Chapel Street was to think about what didn't work on Chapel Street. So Chapel Street had a few challenges: close to homes on all 3 sides, some topographic issues that would have, instead of capturing sound, would have spread sound out. And so when the mayor asked me to sort of look at sites that, you know, we were saying, okay, we need to not replicate those. We said internally, we want our standards, we want to be a site that's flat if possible. So we're not getting sound moving around, or at least a depression into the ground instead of, you know, on top of a hill. We want to be at least 250 feet from homes. We've been looking at the old Moose Lodge site, I don't know, for 10 years first for affordable housing, then for an animal control facility. We thought the price wasn't reasonable for a number of years, so we made offers, as I say, going back, I don't know, 8 or 9, 10 years ago. But then the owners of the property lowered their price to something that we thought made sense. And so it fits some of those criteria. It's flat. We can be at least 250 feet away. You heard a speaker from Broad Brook Coalition saying, can we move it further from this site? And that's certainly our goal if we can. We want to come before you in what we could commit, which is the 250 feet. We did just enough site assessment to do sort of a go, no-go analysis. We know this site works. We know we can mitigate the noise. We know it can be 250 feet. If council authorizes it, we're going to have to spend more money for design, which is why we haven't done it now. We hope we can move the site further to the northwest, sort of to the left in your screen as you look at that, and have a greater separation from the home. So easy access to downtown, city sewer, separation, enough space that we can buffer the noise. So there's a lot of benefits. This is not primarily about conservation benefits, but you heard those co-benefits. So right now there's only legal parking for about 3 cars on the site. The Moose Lodge owners have never objected to the public parking, but we have no right for the public to park. If we acquire the site, we have room to accommodate parking on the site. And then this, along with the state hospital, are probably the biggest areas where dogs are running off leash in violation of our leash law. That's not primarily the reason for locating it here, but obviously having the ACO, who spends a lot of time in the facility, is going to make that sort of enforcement much easier on this site. I want to go through point by point what we heard from residents and both emails and the site visit we did. But I need to come back and stress, the mayor pointed out that yes, we're looking at a larger facility because there are times we have to deal with a hoarder. There could be a time where there's a hurricane or tornado and we have multiple dogs. But looking at the census, we don't expect to have more than 2 dogs there most often. And those dogs will be inside, and inside the building, it's much easier to deal with the sound. They will only be outside when there's an ACO on premise. So it's not like, for those of you who own dogs, you may go to a private commercial kennel where the dogs can wander indoors and outdoors at will, and where the buildings might be cinder blocks or concrete and you get an echo from the sound. That's not what we're talking about. One of the reasons this is a bigger budget item than you would think for an animal control facility is the mayor is committed to allowing us to use the budget from the capital improvements that city council approved for sound deadening, for more mass in the building, for earth berms, for all those things that it takes to deaden the sound. So I'm not going to go through this because it gets technical. I think it's the part where a little bit there's been some lack of understanding. Dogs are noisy. And so if you look at the sound right at a dog's mouth when the dog is barking, it's very noisy. And if you have a chorus of dogs setting each other off, it's even noisier. And so people have looked at these tables thinking, oh, are we saying that it's going to be this horrible sound? You would not want 100 decibels all the time in your neighborhood. But the top numbers are sort of the raw numbers. I won't go through all these, but the third line down, the 57 decibels, and decibels are a logarithmic scale. So reducing decibels in half is taking out far more than half noise, because it's basically an energy level. So outside with the building, we expect it to get down to 57 decibels. And then with distance from the homes, we expect to get at 30 decibels from the sound from the building. That's where dogs are there a lot. And then when there's dogs outside in the runs, which is usually going to be during the daytime, you will occasionally have 47 decibels, which is a quiet neighborhood. So we're dealing with relatively small noises, nothing, certainly. But what you'd expect if you have a neighbor who's a dog who's outside. So again, we've only done enough design to be go, no go. So the slide on the left was done by Berkshire Design. They were showing a facility where we know we can do the building and not have ledge, which is on the northwestern side of the site, and not have wetlands, which is on the southern side of the site. And it's the site where the red is the analysis we've done in the past, when we were looking at this for affordable housing. So it's more or less the area when we were looking for affordable housing, we were thinking we would do 2 to 4 units. What you heard from the speaker from Broad Brook Coalition is, could we move it, as you look at this slide, to the left? And that's the area we hope we can. But again, we need to do a little more analysis in terms of ledge and wetlands issues. So we think we can get it greater than 250 feet, but 250 feet is the minimum distance that we're committed to. I won't go through this in detail. This is the original design that was done when the city was pursuing something at the Hampshire County Jail. And the facility certainly might change, but it just explains a little bit why, for a facility that doesn't have a lot of dogs, it is a big ticket item. And you heard this from the mayor. We need a place to isolate dogs. We need a place to separate dogs and cats and animals. At least at the Hampshire County Jail, the design was a place where, I guess Sally Port's the term, where a animal control officer can back into the facility and close the door, so there's less noise and it's easier for them to move. If there's a difficult dog, it's easier for them to move it. Again, these were the design from some number of years ago, and we'd have to go back to the drawing board, and it's not necessarily going to be the same design. But you can see it's not incredible. It's not the basement for the police department. It's a more complicated facility. And then one of the comments you heard in public comment, and we heard it on site, was that there are no animal control facilities in Massachusetts next to homes. The mayor, I never knew that mayors spent so much time doing detailed in the weeds work, but the mayor did work just looking very quickly and searching and finding a number of animal control facilities that were right in residential neighborhoods. Some are publicly owned. I think 2 of these are publicly owned. One is privately owned, but leased by the town, right next to homes, right next to residential neighborhoods. There's other ones around. These are the 3 that she found in her search. The point is just what we're doing is not new. There are animal control facilities. You see the one on the bottom in Brockton that is literally right next door to a home, a lot less than 250 feet. So I won't go through each of these things. The point of the next 5 slides is just to say we are trying to actively listen to what people say. When people conclude that it's impossible to do it, we're not necessarily saying we agree with that, but we're trying to listen to all the comments. Every comment you heard tonight, every comment that Councilor Moulton and I heard when we did the site visit last Saturday, all the emails we've received, and we've been trying to look at and saying, can we address those issues? So you already heard the mayor talk about why we think animal control facilities needed. The previous mayor and central services director spent a lot of time searching all over the city for different sites. I was only involved peripherally, so I don't know all the sites that looked at, but it's not as easy as you would think. Sites aren't necessarily on the market and expensive and all those things. And then, some things are obvious of, the number of dogs, how it's designed, those are things that affect property value, those are the things that affect noise in the process. I won't go through this, but a couple of people have said the city has stringent noise standards, is absolutely true. We are not exempt from that. City facilities are allowed everywhere in the city. So where you couldn't do a private dog kennel here, city facilities are allowed, but we have to meet exactly the same noise standards as everybody else. And we tend to think we're more responsible. So, we have no choice. We have to design by the standards. And based on our analysis, we think we can well exceed those standards. So that's the city's commitment. And if, we built the facility and it's still noisy, we would have to put another earthen berm or do something to address the noise. We don't get to ignore our own standards. And then again, I won't go through these things, but, some of the issues are lighting. We've been looking at lighting. We don't think we need parking lot lighting that's on 24/7. Maybe there's lighting on that's for motion sensitive. Interestingly, I don't know why they've been paying this bill, but the Moose Lodge has had an outdoor light on for years. Actually, it was off on Saturdays. So they finally turned it off, but for years it was on. So whatever building lighting there is, we want dogs to sleep at night. Can't disturb dogs. We're not trying to torture them with lights on all the time. So lighting is going to be minimal. And so we can address those things. And then, You heard Broadbrook Coalition, at least the board. So some of you may have gotten emails from individual board members. I think you heard an individual board member tonight. But the board, we did notify them 14 days ago now, that when the board met, their recommendation is that basically they're not making a recommendation about whether this is a right site or a wrong site. They want to talk about the operations. And they, again, think we should move the site further to northwest, which we agree. The parking, their suggestion of 15 to 20, the site can definitely accommodate it, and we have no objection. Because we had so many people on the site visit on Saturday who were objecting to the very concept of a animal control facility, we didn't go deep in the weeds. We heard some difference of opinion from residents. One resident thought we should only have 4 dogs who would track traffic. The majority, 4 parking spots. The majority of people wanted more. So my assumption is we would go, if city council approved this, we would go back to the neighborhood and frankly empower them and leave it to them. We could definitely do, 15 to 20 spaces, or we could do less. I think we'd want to have that input, but it's only a design possibility. And then there've been other emails that are more supportive, and you heard maybe 1 comment tonight or 2 comments, but people saying, yes, we could do it, but we do need to think about the mitigation, particularly for sound. And Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I have anything to add, but, we're happy to try and answer some questions.
Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. I want to ask one question before reporting on what I've heard in the last 2 weeks about this. My question is, has there been any consideration about this accommodating dogs or other animals from outside of Northampton? Would there be a situation in which you would anticipate there might be regional use of this?
That has not been part of the discussion for this building, and I certainly don't think it's sized for that discussion at all. This is really meant for the need that Northampton has, which is not, which as we've gone through, we need a facility, but it's not meant to hold a lot of animals. It's meant to sort of hold on average a couple.
Okay. So I want to amplify some of the things that both the mayor and Director Fiden have said, and I want to thank both councilors Labarge and Gore for attending the Saturday session, and Director Fiden, as well as particularly want to commend Animal Control Officer Shayla Howe, who is on maternity leave and came out for a couple of hours to talk about the need for an animal control facility. There were about 45 people there, and I think the objections that you heard tonight accurately reflect what we heard on Saturday. They fall really into, the concerns fall into quality of life issues for the neighborhood, and the question about how much parking would be provided in that area, and that's the subject, I think, of some disagreement. Certainly there's the users of the conservation area would like to see 12, perhaps as many as 20 parking spaces there. Neighbors want to see fewer. So that, I think, is subject to further discussion and neighborhood input, as Director Fiden indicated. I have received 35 either emails or calls from individuals, distinct individuals. Some have contacted me more than once. 20 of them have expressed opposition. 14 are supportive of this. And one I put into a neutral category. She contacted me on February 7th saying this is a terrible idea, you have to oppose it. 2 days later, she contacted me again and said that after thinking about it, she was going to support it conditionally as long as there was soundproofing and some parking provided. So that's about 57% of the people I've heard from are opposed to this. Not surprisingly, most of them live in the immediate neighborhood. There are at least 2 immediate neighbors, though, who have expressed support for this. And I think that both the comments you heard tonight and what you saw on the slides that Director Fiden put up capture the various concerns that neighbors have, and so I'm not going to repeat those. But this is an area that I think is less has less of an impact on nearby residences than certainly the site that was considered on Chapel Street last year.
Okay. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor and Director Fiden, for all of this additional information. I found it really, really helpful, and I, as I have also received, it's Ward 1, so many of these are going to Councillor Moulton and to Councillor Score and Elkins, but certainly I've received emails as well from folks, and I understand there's really a concern about such a significant change or project coming near homes, and that's really alarming and concerning for people. And I just really commend your willingness to engage with the neighborhood, and that you held a neighborhood outreach meeting before this ever appeared on the city council agenda. I think is really commendable, and is really indicative of a willingness to work with the neighborhood on this. A couple questions I have. One is, I guess I'd like to get an understanding of the timeline and steps where, I understand that this is really to be able to do due diligence. This isn't, a final deal at all. So I'd love to understand what are the additional opportunities for neighborhood engagement and engagement with Broadbrook, and kind of a greater timeline. And then what are the things, I understand the noise mitigation needs to be below certain levels. Are there other potential barriers that you could see coming up as you do the due diligence? I'm just trying to understand what are the things that could come up that could say this site may or may not work because of these factors.
So let me start, and the mayor may add to it. So we think we've done enough due diligence to know the site's workable. What we haven't done due diligence on is the design issues. So how thick, what our engineers tell us is we should be able to address those, get the sound down to those levels that I mentioned, which are lower than the zoning requires. You can do that through a combination of sound, and I'm not a technical person, so forgive me if you know sound, I'm using the wrong word. But between sound absorption inside the building, thick buildings that absorb things, and then earth berms outside. So it's the combination of those things. We don't know the exact location, and then the number of parking spots. We have some time pressure to buy the property because the nature of our purchase and sale agreement, the sellers want to know what we're doing. But we don't, police and animal control feel very stressed by the current situation. So we'd like to move forward, but we don't have any artificial deadlines. So I think the short answer is we want to move forward aggressively, but aggressively is consistent with designing it right. And so if that means we get somewhere and we test things and it doesn't work and we have to slow down, we're totally committed to doing that.
And I'll just add, and Wayne, tell me if I'm right. And we do want to look, as Broadbrook had recommended, whether the building could be sited farther, a little bit farther from the homes, which I think we'll take some looking at. Am I correct?
That's correct. So you all know the wetlands issues. The wetlands were delineated some number of years ago, and there's a large amount of area which is cleared already for the Moose Lodge parking. So we could design, this is the go, no-go analysis. We could easily design a building that has a far smaller footprint than the current mud site and building, and yet still accommodate parking in the building. So we know it's possible, and the Conservation Commission will be happy because our footprint is smaller than it is today. As we move further, as you're looking at this slide to the west, then you get into more virgin area, and we couldn't do virgin area if we were having wetlands impact. So that's the area we need to do more analysis for doing. There was a church that looked at this site some number of years ago, and they decided not to pursue it. So they didn't get that far, but we at least have the benefit of the due diligence that they did at the time. The ledge is pretty obvious. So, can we move it 50 feet further to that west? Yes. Can we go much further? That's the part we need to do more work on.
Thank you. That was really helpful. And as the Ward 2 counselor, when this was proposed last year on Chapel Street, I certainly had the opportunity to take a deep dive into different animal control facilities and the city's need for one and concerns of the residents. And just to speak, the location on Chapel Street was surrounded by residents on three sides, and was, for people not super familiar with it, was kind of uphill from the neighborhood. To echo somebody who spoke in public comment earlier, it was my neighborhood as well. And so the idea of noise mitigation was one that I had certainly really looked into as well. And there's quite a bit of information out there about, it's better for the animals inside when the noise mitigation, and I know you know this, I'm just saying this because I had that really learned quite a bit, but it's so much better and less stressful for the animals who are being held there when that noise mitigation is taken very seriously, as well as for those living around. And there's quite a bit of information out there about how that can be done. And then to emphasize your point before as well, that has been a common theme all along in these discussions, that if dogs are outside, they're only outside during the time the animal control officer is there. As somebody, I'll admit, I have two dogs that when I let them out, they bark. They don't stay out for very long because I hear it and handle that. And so that is something that there would be the animal control officer on site. They wouldn't be left unattended barking, during that. So, I really appreciate all of the thought you put into this and the information you brought to us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. And just, we keep talking about earth berms. One of the things that really absorbs sound well is earth. So that's one of the things that makes this site, we think potentially a good site, is that it would be backed right up onto sort of raised earth as it is. And so it sort of provides this natural mitigation. And then we would, as we said, do due diligence to see what other additional mitigation would need to be done.
Councillor Elkins, and then Councillor Jarrett, and I think Councillor Gore and Labarge. All right, we'll do it in that order.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say I wanted to attend the meeting on Saturday, and I had family obligations, so I wasn't able to. But I did follow the news and read the article in the paper, and I've certainly read every email that I've gotten and I paid close attention to the public comment today. I also want to thank you, Councillor Foster, for your input from your previous experience dealing with this. What I want to say is sort of where we are in the process. I'm listening, I'm thinking. I also bring to this my experience from the planning board, and I do want to offer that sort of however this comes out to the folks who've come out and expressed very legitimate and reasonable concerns about the noise, that one of the things that we dealt with all the time on planning board is concerns about noise and concerns about, I remember a very extensive conversation about the noise of pickleball. And that is not to, and what I found through that experience is I learned a whole lot about the nature of things that we really can do to meaningfully control noise and to dampen these concerns. So they're very really concerns. I will also suggest that in my conversations at the planning board with those projects, in addition to being a sort of fun thing to say, I think earth berms. We should also let's all say earth berms. That's fun, but also that is perhaps more effective sound mitigation than many of the things that are often available for other kinds of developments, and that it does seem to me that there are some things available to address these concerns of the neighbors that aren't always available at every site. So so I'm listening, I'm learning. I am very convinced of the need in the city for this, but I just wanted to add to that I hope that the expertise of the planning department and of the Berkshire Design, and what they bring to the table for solutions to these concerns are heard by the folks with concerns as real solutions and as really addressing. I can understand the apprehension that it may not address the concerns, but I found I think that folks are really good at considering this and considering what needs to be done to address sound concerns in particular, and that these things are that we're being very thoughtful about that. So just would add that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jarrett.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, thanks to everyone who's spoken so far. I appreciate the need for the facility. I appreciate the analysis of how the sound will travel. And I wonder if you would consider doing some kind of field trip, essentially, that, if we were to play the sound of barking dogs at the volume it will be after the soundproofing, which I understand is 57 decibels. That would be after, the soundproofing and the berm wall noise abatement. And then if we were to proceed 250 feet away, we could have a better understanding of the impact to the neighborhood, because it's hard when just hearing, okay, the quiet neighborhood, 30 decibels, various decibel readings, but to actually be able to hear it and to be able to walk away and say, okay, this is what it would sound like, with understanding that these dogs are not likely to be barking all the time. This is generally going to be an intermittent noise. And our building department has a sound meter and the expertise to use it. So I just wondered if that's something that the mayor and the planning office would consider.
I love experiments. I certainly would be open to it if we could figure out how to do it.
It takes me back to my youth when I worked for the Park Service, and I had to play wolf music when the rangers were giving their talks, so people would hear the wolves howling in the background. So, sir, maybe I can find some wolf tapes.
That sounds like a yes right there.
Great. Councillor Gore.
I have talked to a couple of residents of that area, and I've also gotten emails and I was there on Saturday. And I think, Wayne, you've answered a lot of the questions that came up. One question I have is, how can you guarantee that the decibels of the noise won't go past the zoning requirement? And also, just how much will the neighbors be involved in the whole process, like from beginning to end of the building process of this? And is it possible that if it's too much noise, that it would be a no-go? I mean, is that something that would be possible?
So I don't fully know. So just so you all know, so David Pomerantz is retiring, and the new central services director will be the one who actually oversees the building itself. I don't do buildings, but there's a few answers, I guess, to Councillor Gore. First is, we're certainly going to hire consultants who tell us what they think the building should be able to do, and we're going to make sure that it does that. But then it's an iterative process. If we're wrong, if its sound still exceeds the zoning, just like a private party, we're going to have to add things after the fact. I hope we don't, because it's frankly more expensive to retrofit than to do it. But, you know, certainly the building mass, we wouldn't make a thicker wall once the building's built. But between the earth berm on the outside and absorbent material on the inside, those we could retrofit if we had to do those things. So we will absolutely make sure that we meet the standards. A little worried Council Perry is raising his hand because he knows sound a lot better than I do. But you know, we will have people who do know sound, which I don't claim to know, who are involved in the process. Typically what we do, again, I don't do buildings for the city. I'm the one who buys open space. I'm the one who does a lot of real estate, but not buildings. But typically what we try to do with neighborhoods is we want the neighborhoods involved to help figure out what are the design principles, what are the things that we want to meet. So things like the parking is a good thing. I don't really have a strong personal feeling whether it's 4 cars or 20 cars. We want to engage the neighborhood in that process. I don't think we're going to have them involved with the design of the building per se, but sort of what are the principles? How do we know we have success or failure? We want the neighborhood to be involved with what does success look like. So we hopefully at the end of the day say we all have success.
Okay. Next, it's Councillor Labarge and then Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Council President. Wayne, thanks for talking with me today when I called. And Councillor Moulton is very correct. I have received quite a bit of calls. And Councillor I do know for a fact that just not that site alone, it was the issue of people parking the cars and dogs, which I told Wayne, I had great concerns of what I heard about this, and your eyes see it all when you're there, of how people would park their cars, all of a sudden open their car doors, not one dog, yes, 2 dogs. Then somebody else drove up in a car. 4 dogs came out of that car, not leashed. So I have concerns with that. If you're going to put in a shelter, you're going to go ahead and have a dog outside, even though the mayor and everybody is saying there'll be somebody there, hopefully, because you never know. There could be an emergency or whatever, and the dog would have to go back in. But I have great concerns about what we saw on Saturday. And also that was brought up by the attention of the homeowners of the condos, of dogs that were not leashed. They were right about that. No question about it. And one man actually brought up how he had got bitten by a dog not leashed on that trail, on the conservation trail. I have great concerns because I know what the people are going through. We went through that on Glendale Road. That was awful, awful. And I know it was brought up about the left of the Moose Club Lane. How many acres is that in that area? And possibly, can it be moved further way back?
So again, that's the part we need to do more due diligence. When you get deep in the wood, the site's about 5 acres. I'm not exactly sure. I have to go back to the slides if I had that. But there's definitely wetlands and ledge when you get into the woods. So it's not that we could move it 1,000 feet away, but yes, we believe we can move it some distance away to get a greater separation from the site.
But how much of a distance do you think?
Again, we have to do more due diligence. I mean, you know, I'm sure we can do 50 feet, maybe we can do 100 feet. Those are sort of the right numbers. I don't think we're going to be able to do a dramatic distance. We're not going to go deep into the woods. When you were on the site, you could see where the woods began. So imagine us sliding, you know, that hill that goes up is ledge controlled. So we couldn't go very far up the hill, but we could slide a little to the left, sort of up to the tree line is the realistic part. But again, we do need to do more due diligence to the wetlands before I could answer that question.
Okay, also, we did hear at that meeting from a resident, a couple of residents, in regards that they had talked to realtors in regards about this being placed in the back and back of their yards, okay? Of them being told by realtors to put their condos up for sale. You heard it. We all heard it who was at that meeting. So this is my question. Okay, you know, being the director of plan and sustainability one, have you talked to any realtors about the condos, the people living there for 25, 30 years, whatever, would have a great depreciation on their property?
So I haven't spoken to a realtor. I can tell you two things. One is it's typically the impacts of projects that affects real estate, not the concept. So, you know, if it was 100 decibels in their back porches, yes, it would certainly be depreciation in value, but it shouldn't be at the numbers we're talking about. And I guess, you know, Marissa was talking about her the council was talking about her experience in the planning board. You know, I would say I was working for the city when Pines Edge was built, and we were sued by, frankly, a realtor who was the next property over, who said, "Oh, you're going to hurt my property value." And I think the reality is we hear this for every project going forward. It's not that we discount that, but we tend to say it's not about the property, it's about the impacts of the property. So when someone says they're going to devalue the property, as the abutter did for Pines Edge, we say, tell us how and what are the things that we can do to try to mitigate that so that doesn't happen. So I think that's our approach here, was for when Pines Edge was built and every other project that's been built that people object to. Okay. Let's hear the reasons.
Also, too, we're hearing from Councilor Moulton that apparently, and I think Councilor Moulton, you did state something to the effect that you heard from 19 people who were in support of it and 20 something that were not in support of it.
20 people have contacted me expressing opposition and 14 supporting it.
And were the 14 of those supporters, were they abutters of the property?
To my knowledge, 2 of them live in the neighborhood. None of them are direct abutters. Everybody that I've heard from in the closest Pines Edge condo building are opposed, as is the couple who lives in the closest Cook Avenue home. There's 2 neighbors that I'm aware of in that general area. I think they both live on Emily Lane, who are supporting it. Much of the support has come from people who live at the Lathrop community who use the conservation trails.
Thank you dearly.
Okay. The mayor would like to chime in.
Sorry, Councilor Perry. I wanted to go back to the first thing that you mentioned, Councilor Labarge, about unleashed dogs. I just want to acknowledge that, you know, that is something that the Broadbrook Coalition has been talking about for a very long time, and is, you know, they consider it to be a significant issue in the Fitzgerald Lake area. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And obviously no dogs that would be under the city's control at the animal control facility would be unleashed and running free. That's actually the opposite of what this is, right? We are, these are dogs often that have gotten lost that we're trying to reunite with their owners. But you know, that's one of the advantages. I think it was on one of the slides that Director Fiden had, is that, you know, there's often been a request for more animal control in the Fitzgerald Lake area, and this would be placing the facility and the animal control officers there in a place where they could be of hopefully greater assistance to the Broadbrook Coalition in that general area and that issue.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Perry.
Yay! I just want to thank everyone for these reports and this information. It's been very informative. And I just want to speak as a person who has dealt with sound for a number of years. And I do have some anecdotal evidence of, you know, for years, the Alchemistics practiced in a space, Caboose Design Studios. And after years of practicing in the space, a new tenant took over the upstairs, and this tenant was a doggy daycare facility. And this facility, we were worried, was going to leak sound and, you know, kind of ruin the space around us. And, you know, I'm talking, this is 8 years ago, and I was surprised at the sound baffling technology, the ability to muffle sound. There were at least 15 dogs in this facility most times. And until those dogs went outside, you would not know. And that situation is very different from the situation we're talking about with 2 to 8 dogs. And these, you know, these are dogs that are running around playing, you know, doing their doggy things. And so I know a lot of people have fear about that, but I can attest to the fact that there is a great way to mitigate the sound. And if we're starting from the basis of building a facility to baffle sound, we're going to be even better at it, because the facility that these people moved in above the studio was not built specifically to house 15 to 20 dogs. They utilized this facility because it was an open space and they had the capacity. So, you know, I just wanted to throw my sense in there because that is in my wheelhouse. So there you go.
Thank you, Councilor Perry. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, that was really fascinating. Actually, thank you, Councilor Perry. Maybe we'll have you be part of the experiment. You can help with that, because I think sounds very experiential, and that's what you're saying is, like, you know, there's a reality in the impact. My only, you know, someone who's not getting a lot of emails about this. The only one I got, I remember I got for the Chapel Street proposal as well. And you've answered this, but if you could just briefly answer again, why don't we look at commercial properties? Why are we not putting this in a probate court? If you could just address that, Director Fiden, because that's the first question and only question I've gotten about it.
Sure. I mean, we have looked at some commercial properties, first of all. I think we're hoping not to do this by eminent domain. So we're looking at properties that are available on the market and not properties that we have to seize, which we avoid doing for doing it. So there's not that much of those properties. And, you know, obviously downtown, for example, exactly the same neighborhood issues. We are getting more and more people living downtown. We're trying to encourage people living downtown. So the universe of commercial properties that don't have people living there is mostly just the industrial park. You know, I mean, there's things within the Packaging Corporation of America, but generally, you know, if it's zoned business, we allow residential and business zones, and we encourage residential and business zones. King Street is obviously fairly thin. First of all, King Street allows residential. And as the market changes, we hope to get it. But King Street's also fairly thin, so you get residences on both sides of it, which is not to say that it's not necessarily an appropriate place, but it's not, you're going to have a lot of the same issues. So it's really just the industrial park, and there's not a lot of land. We have looked at the industrial park. Are there spots that work for it? And, you know, there is, for example, a preschool or Montessori school. It's an industrial park. So we still have, you know, the jargon is sense of environmental receptors. We still have sense of environmental receptors really everywhere, just the nature of our city. In our most rural places, which we also looked, you know, Ward 6 and 7 of the least density, you heard some people being concerned about wetlands and conservation areas, and almost by definition, in Ward 6 and 7, you're near wetlands and you're near conservation areas. And while you can do these on septic systems, it's certainly easier not to on a city sewer. So the most isolated areas don't really solve our problems either.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Perry, then Councilor Moulton.
I kind of want to circle back to what I said. And I also wanted to say sound mitigation doesn't just work one way with the dogs making sound, but I heard a lot of concerns about people bringing their dogs to the area and riling up the animals. And from my experience, that was one of our concerns in our space, was whether or not drumming and loud noise and music would agitate the animals, because you know, everyone in the band loves animals, and we did not want to do that as well. So I just want to assure people that if you're thinking that bringing your dog to the area is going to, for some reason, you know, cause a dog chorus or something, that sound mitigation will deal with that.
Thank you, Councilor Perry. Councilor Moulton.
Yeah, I'm going to move that this be referred to Finance Committee and also endorse Councilor Jarrett's suggestion of a field trip. I think that would be very useful.
I'll second that.
Okay. So a motion to refer it to finance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're tying it in with a field trip?
Well, I'm not suggesting that the Finance Committee meeting is going to be the field trip. I'm simply saying that Councilor Jarrett's proposal is helpful and would, I think, help inform all of us. And I would be happy to work with Director Fiden and whoever else to try to organize that sometime in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. So this is on the floor, and I open it up to discussion. And I'd like to hop in here and just say that that I'd like to. I'm all for the idea of a field trip, and I'm all for the referral to finance. I think I would just like to decouple the two, and I think that tonight we can probably get a commitment from Director Fiden to work on a field trip, and we can also do that referral at the same time. That's my only suggestion.
That's fine, and I accept that as a friendly decoupling.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we've decoupled, and we have a motion on the floor to refer to finance. I see some hands raised now. I saw Councilor Labarge, and I think Councilor Jarrett too. So,
yes.
No, okay. Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. I had it up before you were going to call in for the motion. I'd like to see if the mayor is available to come on that site visit. I think that would be great for her to be there, so she can, meet the residents there and see the visibility of the area, if she can possibly do that.
Absolutely, Councilor Labarge. I would assume that we would be setting up actually this experiment, since we have the sound equipment and whatnot. And I would be happy to be there. I apologize I wasn't there on Saturday. I had a family medical thing that I needed to do. Otherwise, I would have been there. I've actually been to the site multiple times. Additionally, later that day, I was able to go over there. I just couldn't be there at that time. But yes, I would certainly be there. As I said, I love experiments. So I would certainly be there for that experiment, and we would be happy to work on making that happen with the equipment that we have.
Please bring your puppy.
Oh, yeah, right. Bring your puppy.
Really, bring your puppy.
All right, I think Councilor Foster.
But on leash, on leash.
Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Okay, I just like to put bows on things. So Councilor Moulton, I just wanted to make sure I'm hearing correctly. So your request is for an experiment in the next 2 weeks. And is that so that we would have that information prior to this coming back to the full council for a vote? So your request is that this experiment happen before the council is voting on the order?
Yes, that is correct.
Thanks.
Okay. I see Councilor Elkins. You have the floor.
I would like at some future point to discuss adding into the council rules a motion to experiment.
I like that idea.
Just putting that out there for future reference.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, I just want to add really quick that that there was a lot of comment tonight about the lively discussion at finance and how people felt engaged. I think that is reflects the way the council rules are designed, is that people get a chance when items are at committee to really interact with things and be able to discuss things. And I encourage folks who are interested in this matter to attend the finance meeting and have a chance to, hear the proposal out. We heard much of it tonight, but also to share your thoughts and ask questions. So right now, when we're in session, we don't do questions with the public, but in committee meetings, you have that opportunity. So, okay.
So Councilor Nash, to piggyback on that, for people who may have missed it earlier when Councilor Maori announced the date, then the Finance Committee meeting will be
Thank you.
Tuesday, March 1st, 6 p.m.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay. Any more discussion on this? I think we can do a roll call. Go, Laura.
Councillor Gore,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
Yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Yes.
and Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. And I see a hand raised by Councillor Maori.
Yeah, I just wanted to to reiterate for anyone listening out there that we've just voted to refer it to finance.
Yeah, we didn't vote to approve
Yeah.
it. Okay, thank you. So that has been referred to finance. Okay. All right, next up. How's everybody doing? We did take a break, but okay.
Yes, we have a break.
Could we have a very quick one?
Yeah,
All right, we're going to do another quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:49. Okay. We're back in session. Next up, financial orders on second reading. We have item 22.016 in order authorizing a 5-year contract for IT services department equipment and software. It is here today on second reading. The history, initially, this was referred to the consent agenda on 1/20, removed from the consent agenda and referred to Finance Committee for further discussion and input on 2/3. From Finance Committee, it came back with no recommendation. A motion for a neutral recommendation failed 2-2. And there is a Finance Committee report attached to the agenda here. And I think everybody's pretty familiar with the order. I'm not going to read it. And so this is now on the floor and up for discussion. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of spring from that report and say, you know, we really we discussed our mission, and they'll tell you I was kind of fixated on trying to come up with a criteria. Just really, I wanted to bring something back, and then I think we all wanted to bring something back, and then we voted on it, and but we realized quickly that the social responsibility rubric was a complex one that was going to take more than one meeting. And I have to say, you know, it was a very refreshing to talk in that forum with our community members. And I want to thank them because they were really thoughtful and respectful. And I thought that was very helpful. So there was a lot that I gained from that, but we weren't able to fill that part of that mission. We did approve a motion that would recommend City Council hold a community forum of some sort on dashboard camera, dash cams before the vote. So that was something 3-1. So that's something that we can discuss as well. The need for a forum or some place to house a discussion on dash cams in general.
Councilor Moulton.
Before we go further with this, I feel a need to respond to something that's been very troubling to me, and that's the boilerplate emails that have come into that have littered our inboxes in the last day, that have contained a personal attack on one of our colleagues, Councilor Elkins. Some have called her column that was published in the Gazette on Tuesday shameful and offensive. Well, what's shameful and offensive is that any one of us or any citizen of this city would be subjected to that kind of bullying. It's despicable, intolerable, anti-democratic, and antithetical to the kind of civil discourse that I was hoping to engage in when I suggested that we have a forum on this subject. And it is shameful that our colleague was subjected to this. And I turn to Councilor Elkins and I say, thank you for finding that forum to comment on a topic that you are eminently qualified to speak about because of your profession. And I appreciated your efforts to offer that opinion, not just to us, but to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. And I would like to weigh in on that as well. I mean, that we all bring our own particular expertise to the table here. And sometimes we know things before they get here that for many of us around this topic, that for me, it's been a learning curve. I've spent a lot of time on this, but for Councilor Elkins, This is right in her wheelhouse. She is an expert on this and more broadly on not just dashboard cameras but on body cams as well. And that any future discussions that we have around this, we're going to rely on her expertise. So that I think that, you know, if this were an instance where, you know, folks were talking about people with disabilities and their ability to work, yeah, I'd be out in front on. And so, and as I'm sure that Councillor Labarge would as well. So that, so I applaud Councillor Elkins for stepping up. She has expertise, she has opinions, and frankly, we need to rely on each other to guide us here. So I thank her for that. Councillor Perry.
Yes, I want to mirror what people are saying. I want to thank you, Stan, for standing up for Councillor Elkins. I think it's very brave to speak out, and she is an expert. And one thing that I wanted to talk about today is what I've seen is an overarching issue of trust, and trust in our elected officials, our city employees. And I also want to talk about something that really hurt me personally and was disconcerting. And that is how our IT director, Antonio Pagan, was treated. I watched at our last meeting as he, as an expert, talked about these issues and was dismissed by a number of people who, you know, may have worked with Google Drive for a little bit or had minor knowledge, and their opinions were equated to someone who was running an IT department for an entire city. I thought that is very disrespectful. I also, it again broke my heart to watch as Director Pagan felt the need to go before us in the public and to state that, you know, he's been a resident here, he's been here for, you know, decades, and he's had to deal with discrimination, and that he has advocated and fought for underrepresented people and people of color. And he stated that he would never do anything that would hurt his community. And as another person of color who, whether I was in DC, surrounded by Black people, or here in Northampton, I've always had to deal, especially at being light-skinned, of feeling the need to prove my Blackness or feel that I was enough. And to watch one of our fellow employees feel the need to have to prove against the attacks of people that he wouldn't hurt his community was very disheartening. And it seemed a little bit hypocritical, especially because some of the people who were against these dash cams never addressed the fact that a person of color was looking at these issues. And I also want to state that this reminds me a lot of what happened to former Councillor Thorpe when he was asked to recuse himself as a person of color and someone who works as a parole officer. And I think that this tendency to dismiss people who are experts, whether it is Councillor Elkins, whether Director Pagan, the people who we should be relying on, we are not listening to them. And in fact, we are dismissing them, which kind of, for me, goes counter to what the actual goal of some of the people who are trying to look out for people of color. So I just had to put that out there. And I want to state that, you know, a lot of these issues for me do come down to trusting. And I've watched as each of the counselors I'm looking at have grappled with a lot of these heavy issues. And the reason why we were elected is because a majority of the citizens in this city trust us to do the due diligence and do the work. And we are watching as a small minority of people are taking that power from us, which we were duly elected. And you know, and the trust doesn't just extend to the council and to Director Pagan, but I also trust that our mayor has the best interest of this council at hand. And it was, again, it's disheartening to watch as the division and people using very racially charged terms and saying, if you don't agree with it, you are for white supremacy. The language that's being used is very charged, and it makes it very difficult to come together as a community, because a lot of what's happening are hypotheticals. And I want to be real, that we are real people, we are real counselors, we are spending our time, we are grappling with these issues. Director Pagan sat there for many, many meetings discussing his expertise. He's not just the guy who hooks up a network. He runs the network for the schools. He runs the network for the police department and all of these things. And to dismiss him casually, runs counter. And I hope that we can come back to understanding that this is an issue of trusting the people that you have elected and the people who are working for us to have our best interest. It's cool to use hypotheticals of stuff that happens in other cities, but Northampton is different. And I want us to really think about how we're addressing this. I know that Director Pagan has our best interest in mind. I know that you guys do. So, that's where I am for that. This triggering language and this kind of thing is counterproductive to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Labarge, then Councillor Gore.
Yes, I have to say, because of hearing Councillor Perry talk, this has happened before at City Council, where we had a councillor also. Two other councillors were upset about a situation and went into the Gazette on the front page. And that councillor was very, very hurt about it. And I had to call him and tell him that I was very sorry to see that happening with our councillors. We have a huge responsibility. And I, being a councillor for a long time, I know a lot of people throughout this city, born and raised here. And no matter who you are, everybody deserves respect and dignity. I have worked with Antonio ever since he started, and he's a fantastic director. Very honest, very knowledgeable. And yes, I did feel bad for him also. And I have to tell you that, Councillor Perry. But it's like, how do you educate people to realize how hurtful somebody could be in their hearts, because it stays there for a while. And I think Antonio did an excellent job explaining to the best that he could. And I take a lot of things serious, a lot. And knowing a lot of people who need help, that's what I'm concerned about in my city. Helping, that's our job, helping our city make it what it is, and making all our residents have a good quality of life and feel safe. And that's a big job. And we have to make sure we have to work hard on this. So anyways, that's how I feel about all this.
Okay. Councillor Gore.
So I've gotten like over 100 emails opposing the dash cams, and I've gotten calls and emails for the dash cams. And I just think that the community forum is a good idea. I think we need to hear, from all people in the community about this before we make a decision, because it's really, I've been thinking about it, and it's really a hot button issue in our community. And it seems like from the public comment that a lot of people don't want the dash cams. And I think that we need to take that into account before we make our decision.
I have one more thing.
So let's go to Councillor Foster, then Councillor Labarge.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to jump in because, there is a representation that there hasn't been a public process, and always a public process can be better and deeper and bigger. At the same time, this is our third meeting now. There have been many opportunities, and I have engaged with a number of constituents around this issue. I've read very, very thoughtful emails, had conversations, and have definitely engaged on this issue. And while I understand that, it's one of the things that can be really, really challenging as a counselor is when people when you are making decisions that are hard decisions and you're not necessarily doing what a constituent is asking you to do, what lands on me or what gets directed at me is you're not listening. You're not, but listening doesn't necessarily mean doing exactly what somebody is asking us to do. It's what's listening and what's working hard on behalf of the city is taking in all of the information that we have access to. And so, just to mention a bit about public comment, I think it's fantastic. In fact, Councilor Maori and I, before the pandemic, were starting to sit down and have conversations about how can we institute remote public comment so that more members of the public can participate in our meetings, because we know that there are people, back when we were meeting in person, people with caregiving responsibilities, people who maybe couldn't drive at night or for whatever reason couldn't get to City Hall at 7 o'clock on a Thursday to make a public comment. And we've seen that over Zoom, that more and more people can participate in our meetings. And it's fantastic and it's amazing. But what we need to understand is that public comment is not perfectly representative of the views of our community. It really is a privilege to participate in public comment. It's a privilege to have access to know when the meetings are, to have access to be here, to show up, to speak, and there's a safety aspect. I have heard from people who have said to me, I feel differently and I don't feel safe speaking up. So that is a thing that happens. And so there might be a perception that there's a lot of unanimity in how people feel about issues. But that's not necessarily the case behind the scenes. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you who I talked to that said they didn't feel safe, because that is going to defeat that purpose. But we do need to understand that participating in public comment is actually a privilege that's not fully representative. And there is opportunity within the mechanisms that we have to have these discussions. Looking at our mayor, who was one of the sponsors of the ordinance around facial recognition technology, and the ordinance banning the use of that in our city, they actually put in that ordinance that it needs to be reviewed. I think it was Councilor Nash, am I correct, 3 years out? So we're actually—
It's due for review this year.
It's due for review. So these conversations are actually in the wheels and they're churning, and we do need to have these conversations. We have had a lot of public forums regarding policing and the role of policing in our community. And I think it is so crystal clear that our community is asking for a reduced role for policing or for other ways to go about public safety. The Department of Community Care is getting launched. It's coming. We are moving that way. At the same time, we have a police department. And in the work of the Policing Review Commission and other opportunities for public input that have come up, there, at least it's not in the final report. There may be a couple of conversations that came up, but dash cams weren't one of the recommendations of the Policing Review Commission. I will defer to others who were there for all of those meetings. But this at that time wasn't one of the hot topics. I do hear the community call that we're looking for alternate ways to go about public safety, and I am fully on board with that. Also, the Policing Review Commission, the report said we're still going to have a police department, and we need to re-envision how we do public safety and go about these other ways of doing things. If we're going to have a police department, I do feel that it's incumbent on us as counselors that they have the tools that they need to do the job in a way that's in line with our community values. I understand there is a question about our dash cams in line with our community values. I do want to say that the recent statewide policing reform bill that was passed does include a provision for dashboard cameras, including in one of the, that it would be able to have specific redactions. And I know that this technology that we're looking at has that, and it's not officer controlled, it's to protect privacy. The ACLU has made a statement, and not specifically and not locally, but we're against pervasive government surveillance, but when cameras primarily serve the function of allowing public monitoring of the government instead of the other way around, we generally support their use. While we have opposed government video surveillance of public places, for example, we have supported the installation of video cameras on police car dashboards in prisons and during interrogations. And I understand, we heard during public comment, there can be different uses of that video. I hear you, it's not perfect. I'm not trying to say it is. One of the calls that the ACLU, when they issued that guidance, was that the video not be able to be edited by officers, or that there couldn't be officer discretion to turn them on and off. The system that's been proposed to us, there isn't an officer could start recording, but an officer couldn't decide they're going to do a stop without it, because when the lights come on, the recording starts. So that's meeting that request and that standard, that they're not necessarily be officer control of, like, I don't feel like recording the stop, which would defeat the purpose, that it would be there and that video evidence is there. Yes, it's subject to interpretation. I'm not saying it's perfect. At the same time, it's a tool that we have that can provide video evidence of what happens at a stop. And then there was also, and this was a while ago, in 2014, but there was a joint statement that included the ACLU, the NAACP, Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, among a whole bunch of others. But one of their calls was so much to be done, we cannot begin to provide an all-inclusive list, but in an effort to outline a beginning strategy of reform, we are recommending the following. And then there's a whole list of recommendations, but one of them is the universal use of dash cameras in police vehicles. So there are these calls, and there has been, a representation among a lot of public comment that there's kind of a collective unanimity among communities of color that there shouldn't be dash cameras. And I just want to say, like, we've done our homework, or I've done my homework, and I've seen this, and it's not universal, it's not fully collectible, it's not fully unanimous. And we have had a number of opportunities for public input into the process. And there are additional opportunities for public input coming forth as we revisit the ordinance around facial recognition.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Labarge, then Councilor Maori.
Thank you. I'm still concerned about the proposed contract with Motorola Solutions for dash cams. And I want to say clearly that my statement tonight is not a rejection of the Northampton Police Department in their efforts in providing public safety in Northampton. I have concerns, especially the council is being asked to vote on a budget issue for a 5-year contract that we have not yet seen. There have been a lot of concerns voiced about the storage of the collected videos and the issue of Motorola sharing the data with other authorities. Since our last meeting on this contract, what has become clear is that Motorola Solutions and their WatchGuard system is marketed around the world with the claim that it makes data sharing across police departments and other law enforcement agencies smoother and more collaborative. In light of the hard work that was done to approve Northampton as a sanctuary city, I can't feel good about contracting with a multinational corporation that has built its reputation in the security industry around claims like this. Another issue I have is the urgency to get this contract quickly signed. At our last meeting that included a great deal of public input on the proposed contract, what was left unclear was why. Why? Why, and why is there such an urgency? I really do agree. We have sent this to finance, and I have to agree that we need to have a forum. There's no question about it. I think we need to bring more people abroad to come in and talk about this. So that's my feelings toward it.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Councilor Maori is next.
Sorry. Yeah, so again, there's kind of two issues I think we're talking about here. The contract and then kind of the value of the dash cam. So, I mean, all I can say about the contract is, I mean, the question's been put out there and it's really been answered. It's answered on the Motorola website, which is if the data exists, it can be requested and obtained. That's just the truth. I mean, will it and will it at what rate and how will it be used? I mean, I'm not answering that, but but if we look at the track record of Motorola, I mean, there's some answers there. But I think, to me personally, in terms of Motorola, getting into a 5-year contract with such a questionable entity, it just does not sit right with me. And there's just been too much there's just too many questions around that part of the contract. Now, in terms of the dash cams, the public forum was brought up. I would also be for, a select committee, bringing back some sort of forum in which we could have more, have experts and varied opinions and look at and do a deep dive. Because here's what I'm thinking. This isn't going away. Tech is exploding in all sorts of areas, not just police. We've got body cams, there's talk about body cams. And I don't know what you all, but I don't think the council or the mayor enjoys just reacting. I think that's why that's why the ideas surfaced around a socially responsible rubric. I think we want policy. I think we'd all feel better with informed, proactive policies already in place to help address these issues when they come here. I don't want to go through this again with the body cams and with any other tech that we haven't even imagined yet. We need to really have a policy as a city around police surveillance technology. And this is, I know we all have experience here. I'm not taking anyone's experience away, but this is complex stuff. And I think in some respect, it's above all of our pay grades. Maybe together it isn't, but I think, I just want to name that this is, people who ushered in dash cams, 5 or 10 years ago are now saying that they have some doubts about it. And so, I didn't question dash cams. I didn't question it being part of, accountability, but I'm hearing other stuff. And I guess what I really think about that is, I think most of us agree that something is not right in our country nationally, and we're in Northampton. I don't think that we're some island. I don't think it's hypothetical. We sat here and listened to hundreds of hours of people telling us very real harmful experiences right here in Northampton. And I'm not going to get into questioning people's intentions. I'm really trying to look at impact. And so, I think all of us here would agree there's something that's, that there's systemic racism and that there's a crisis, and and that we care about that. And it's tiring to ask questions and question things all the time, especially things that felt like a given. I get that, but we cannot continue as a nation or in our community doing the same old things and expect different results. It's critical that we are very conscious of the steps that we take and the things we invest in. The most important thing I think we all must understand is that we can have great intentions, but that does not actually speak to impact. We can argue intentions, but all day long. But this national crisis around policing is about impact, which is real. So that doesn't mean we throw everything out, but it does mean that we have to be conscious, that we have to throw, the light of awareness on this and take the time it needs to truly examine it, to understand the impact of what we do. I don't have the answers. I don't really know, exactly what to do, but I think we owe it to everybody, to the police, to our city, and to those most at risk, whose voices are probably not here either. The undocumented, undocumented folks who live here and other folks. people who also don't feel comfortable and their voices aren't here. We owe it to all these people to take this with the proper caution and reverence, because we want to keep everyone safe. That's the point. So let's figure out how to do that. The main part of our job, as counselors, is to help protect the coffers of taxpayer money and make sure when it's used wisely. So all I'm saying, the thing about the dash cam is that the light of awareness on it for me is, where is the evidence and the data on the benefit of this investment for our community and for Northampton? I just don't think a quick Google search is going to answer that. I think that we need to be able to answer why we are investing like this, investing in this, and also my concern about investing in other things that might come down the pipeline. And I'd really like to do that in a thoughtful and proactive way with community and expert engagement. Thank you.
So I'm going to hop in here, Councilor Perry. So over the last 3 weeks, I have been sent, and other counselors have been sent, what is supposed to be evidence of different organizations opposing dashboard cameras. Their concern inevitably has to do with surveillance and technology and the concerns around using body cameras. The 80 slides that were sent to us, I went through all of those organizations and none of them mentioned body camera or dashboard cameras. That is what that's what's at issue here. We're talking about an established technology. It's been in the NPD in our cars since 2007. We were a forerunner in doing that. And that the current system that we have is failing. It is ineffective, and that for both sides, when you get into a courtroom, they both want to see that video evidence. And if we aren't providing it, we are effectively, counselors, this is kind of in our hands. Are we going to endorse the idea of cruisers going out without adequate equipment for somebody to get pulled over on, West Farms Road or on North King Street, and there's no video evidence, for what happened during that traffic stop? And that I have heard from both attorneys. We had a email that was sent to all of us by former counselor and attorney Jesse Adams, supporting the idea that we need these dash cams. You've heard, I spoke with Alan Rubin of the Public Defender's Office today, and he said to me that, yes, you can go and say that I support the idea of our police having effective dash cams, and that this is an established technology, that I feel like the information that's being sent to us and the questions are not about this particular technology, that it's about questions to keep us questioning so that we keep going around in circles. So we spend another council meeting, maybe another month. And I think it's time for us to say, what is the evidence? Well, here's the evidence. Our chief of police thinks that a terrific chief of police is saying she needs this. We have a mayor saying that we need this. We have an IT director who oversees all of our IT technology for our school systems, for HR, for all of our private information. And he's saying that this system is safe, and that we are spending lots and lots of times answering questions posed by people who aren't providing us with answers. This is our third meeting to discuss this, and I still haven't been sent a report by anybody with evidence saying this dashboard cameras are really bad. I still haven't seen it. So I think that we are at the point where we need to make a decision, and that that it's our duty as counselors, and to pick up on what Counselor Perry said before, that we're elected to make decisions, not to kick the can down the road. This is a situation where we need to make a decision. The system is failing, and I'm hoping that that we make a decision tonight. And one last thing is that, you know, I've heard many people say during public comment that finance, you know, that lots of people felt heard. And you know what? They were heard. And I hear their concerns about surveillance. I hear their concerns about body cameras. I hear their concerns about the way data might be shared. And I think that's a worthy discussion. But I think it's time to vote on this, and we can then move forward and have a discussion on surveillance. In fact, to the point of that, I have already asked Laura to put on our next agenda that ordinance from 2019 that had to do with facial recognition. It will be on the agenda for our next meeting, and we can start tackling that right away. And we can add things to it like license plate readings, and we can have this discussion. But I think it's time to vote on this. Thank you for listening to your council president. All right, Councilor Perry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. This is a discussion that I think does warrant a lot of weight. You know, we are dealing with the well-being of our citizens. But to address the issue that this is just something that has not been thought about, I want to say that one thing I've noticed about the government in Northampton is that we are very forward-thinking. Learning that we were one of the first places to institute dash cams. I didn't know that before. Learning that in 2019, before most of our counselors were elected, that they formed an ordinance to ban facial recognition, and built into that ordinance was a 3-year, let's go back and look at it, because they knew it was growing technology. So to say that we have not had these things is not true. In fact, it's the opposite of that. We are talking about very thoughtful counselors and civic servants who really do care. And you know, to go back to this issue of trust, we've talked about the fact that you know, these dash cams are not working. And so our chief of police stated that when they go into court, it makes the police look at that they don't have it. It further erodes the trust of the police. And, you know, I watched this Booker Bush talked about, hey, you know, if I don't really want to support it, but if we have to have police, I will support these dash cams. I feel like that is an idea and a thought that many of my constituents have spoken to me about, because I agree, we need to reimagine policing. But right now, the issue that is before our council is whether or not to approve a 5-year contract. It's not to talk about the merits of dash cams. And in fact, again, it was already built in 3 years ago to have this discussion. And so we can talk about it, and we should talk about it, talk about license plates and all that stuff. But I want to be very clear that, again, the hypotheticals I'm not dealing with. I'm dealing with the fact that our city is special. It's the reason why I ran for a city councilor, because I know that we think very deeply about these things, and we are doing this work. The evidence is clear from the past. You could see it. You could see it in the fact that we introduced dash cams. You can see it in the fact that the way they wrote the ordinance. And so to say that we're just out here not weighing, considering these things, it doesn't seem right to me. And I agree with President Nash, is that right now our job is to vote on whether to move this, and then we can go back and figure out, you know, how we want to proceed forward, because that's what we do. You know, and I salute, you know, our current mayor, former councilor. She was the one who presented that ordinance because she had the forward thinking to know that we have to really weigh these options. And again, that's why I trust that when she brought this to the council, she thought about the impact on our community. The same way that I trust that a person of color, our director, thought about how it would look. He's not going to go out there and do something that is counterproductive to the community that he has struggled and worked for. And so let us move forward. So I will make a motion, if that's possible, or, you know, to vote on this.
There's a motion on that's been proposed. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments so far. I really am appreciating all the perspectives here. And I agree that having respect for the expertise of the folks that we're hearing from and respect for the varied opinions that we have is very important. I do want to bring it back to that we are deciding on whether to accept a 5-year contract. If we vote yes, then that the mayor's office and the executive branch can enter into that contract if they deem it to be acceptable after vetting it and making sure the terms are good. If we vote no, a 3-year contract could be established without our authorization. It looks that from the data I received, a 3-year contract would cost about $3,000 more per year. But that's with Motorola Solutions, and Motorola Solutions only offers on-premise storage rather than cloud storage in their 3-year contract. And we've heard that the cloud storage tools are easier to use and provide more features. So thinking, sort of recapping some of the comparisons. With regard to dash cams, many organizations that have previously fought for more surveillance technologies, such as dash cams and body cams, are rethinking their support given the outcomes that are seen. But I think for dash cams in particular, that data is not conclusive. I don't feel ready to take a position on dash cams. And until we've made a decision to change our use, I do think that that it should be reliable. But again, that's not what we're voting on. But given the concerns and the future discussions that we have, I do lean toward locking ourselves in for 3 years rather than 5 years. The other issue, I think the biggest concern that I'm contending with is Motorola Solutions behavior as it directly relates to their customers. Most of the concern has been with one of their subsidiaries, which was alleged to have shared license plate data without permission. And the ACLU, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, all wrote about this. It's hard to determine if this behavior would carry over to this particular product. It's not the same use case. But certainly, using an on-premise storage solution would be safer from that perspective. I have recently read the master customer agreement that Motorola Solutions requires municipalities to sign, although it sounds like there could be changes to that. But and there are a number of things that are pretty troubling in it. There's a non-publication and non-disparagement clause. So does this mean would our departments be allowed to basically speak publicly about their experience with the product? That with customer with the information, there's Motorola can share pretty freely with the people that they choose to share with, and that I have a lot of legal questions that I would want to speak, say, with Attorney Seawald about, and I just haven't had the time to do that. So that is concerning for me. So I guess I also want to just say around community forums, I think it's great. I think we've had a lot of forums on this topic, and you're always never sure whether you've heard from the affected groups in a representative way, and how do we make sure we've heard from enough folks to make an informed decision. But I certainly would like us to have more of a discussion about surveillance. These trying to make a change through these budget decisions doesn't seem very effective. I'd like to see us work on a surveillance ordinance that's broader. Cambridge has passed one that really ensures community control of decisions around surveillance expansion. So I'd love to see us move there. So, in weighing all these things, I'm uncomfortable with voting yes on a 5-year contract, given the terms of what we know and the cloud storage and such. If there is cloud storage, I really would like it to be completely controlled by us and not controlled by Motorola under their terms, which seem too broad. And I don't mean to say these in a way that are not respecting the expertise of those, of our director and others in the IT industry. But I think there is often this sort of push to go for a solution that is offered to us, and that considering all of the factors of privacy and security, it can, and that's still what I'm concerned about. And I feel like for me, those answers haven't been resolved. That's, those are, and then I believe, is Chief Casper here with us tonight?
There's Chief Casper.
Great. I just had a question about some of the comments that you had made at our last meeting around data sharing. And if, there's the CopLink service that we participate in, and are all the things that are shared, that we share with that service, available to the federal government? What is the process around that? Because what I was hearing is, I think you said you didn't think that there was any way for the federal government to swoop in and extract data. Were you referring specifically to the data from dash cams in that case, and not the data that we already share? If you could elaborate on that, that would be helpful.
Can you unmute the chief, please?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, and then I muted you, sorry. Come on, these buttons, they slow to react. Come on. Laura, you want to give it a try? There we go. See?
Good evening. Yep, thank you for the question. Yes, Councilor, I was referring just to the cloud-based storage system, and that the federal government accessing our particular cloud would only really be done through, court documents. I think I talked about like ongoing investigations when there was evidence, just like, any piece of evidence that would be accessed. So that's what I was discussing at that time. CopLink is something completely separate from, dash cams and cloud storage.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You done, Councilor Jarrett? I'm sorry I interrupted you before. I thought you were done.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
Thank you. First, Councilor Moulton, thank you very much. Your remarks are very, very appreciated. I am not going to lie. It's been a difficult day, and few days, in which, frankly, people in my community and people who I thought knew me and knew my integrity have questioned me and my experience in ways that were profoundly painful and denigrating. And I have to say that. That being said, it has been suggested in sort of a rather derisive term that like my position has come from just my experience, as if that is nothing. But I would like to point out that my experience includes nearly 20 years as criminal defense attorney, all of which has been largely dedicated to public defense. I spent 6 years on the board of the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. In 2017, I participated in the defense of, or in the sort of the debate around the publication we did in 2017, the Policing Body Cameras, Policies, Procedures to Safeguard the Rights of the Accused, where we had extensive debate among many people who all made A+ in issues of racial justice in discussing how we should deal with this. I also authored myself the MBA Massachusetts Bar Association Police Body Worn Camera Resolution. I think that was 2016 or so. That has gone on to be part of the template that the state legislatures have gone in the recent police reform bill. I will say that police body worn cameras and dash cams are complicated. Well, dash cams are less complicated. Body cams are quite complicated. There's a lot more that goes into it. I very much welcome further discussion about that and very much intend to be a part of it. I think anybody who assumes anything about my votes or thoughts or opinions about those future discussions and how I might go based on how this conversation has gone is probably remiss. I'd also mention that I've litigated literally hundreds of cases involving police video, dash cams, booking videos, holding cell videos, interrogation videos. I've taken cases to the Supreme Judicial Court where police misconduct was litigated and people were and people's rights were vindicated, and they in fact were not then in the system of mass incarceration and spared from years of prison. So I have also been asked in the context of this discussion whether or not one client's exoneration was worth whatever hypothetical harm that dash cams might be doing to Black and brown people. All I can say to that question is I absolutely come at this from where I am because I'm a defense attorney, and it is absolutely the case that one client's exoneration based on the evidence and my pursuit of their defense, it's just all I know. It's just the job, and it's the perspective I bring to it. So that's all I would say about that. I would also say that I've dealt with many cases that involve what I would characterize as true surveillance, which is to say hundreds of hours of poll cam footage, wiretaps, and including privately controlled surveillance, which is to say every store on Main Street, every private business, every Ring doorbell, and the things that go into that. Those are frankly much more difficult and problematic issues to deal with. And I only point that out is just to say, for those folks who have taken umbrage with the fact that I did come with somewhat of a formed opinion, it is fair to say I came to this issue with some extensive amount of knowledge regarding policy, the applicable law, the operation of invasive surveillance technology, which, by the way, is defined by in a number of ways. I would say justfuturelaw.org defines it as remote video surveillance systems, thermal imaging, aerial surveillance drones, facial recognition, automated license plate readers, mobile and vehicle forensic software to hack vehicle systems and track mobile location data broker tools to aggregate information. Dash cams, and frankly, not even body cams are on that. I consider this more akin to more traditional evidence preservation, like crime scene photos and mapping, software systems, interrogation, booking videos, and then, of course, dash cam. I wasn't particularly interested in laying out my whole CV and breadth of experience, but it has been questioned, and so there you go. Regarding this, I want to take a moment also to say I have listened to every minute of public comment. I have read every single email. I am sorry to those who were disappointed that I did not reply to every single email that I got, even those that were the multiple cut and paste ones in which my actions were called offensive for expressing my opinion. But I can assure you I read every single one of them. I also did my own, as I came in with my own experience, I also did my own review and research. I read the things that were presented to me to further consider. I also reached out to city staff and experts and other residents. I'd also say it is very much the case that there is not unanimity of opinion on this. That's not what I heard from, whatever happens in public comment. That's not what I heard in emails. That's not what I heard in my private discussions. I'd also say that I reached out in particular to defense attorneys, and there, with the exception of a couple that we've heard from repeatedly in this forum, I did hear near unanimity that if we have dash cams, they need to work. So I just wanted to put all that out there. A lot of good questions are raised. I very much want to continue to have the conversation, but I agree that we need to vote tonight. So I spoke at a little bit of length. I do have a few questions if Attorney Seawald is present. Hi, Attorney Seawald, how are you?
I'm unmuting him here. Welcome, newly reappointed Attorney Seawald.
Thank you all for your vote and your vote of confidence. I really do appreciate it. And I will point out that I was first sworn in as city solicitor 10 years ago today. So it's an auspicious occasion. Yes, I'm here, Counselor.
Excellent. Congratulations. I just wanted to briefly, have you seen the master contract that has circulated? It was in the Shoestring article, and I think Counselor Jarrett.
I have seen it.
Okay.
I saw it this afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions about that.
Okay.
So I went through it and read it, and I actually found a great deal to reassure me that the contract provisions are what Director Pagan said, and do in fact protect security in the way that I understood them to be. So I just wanted to go through a couple of things. So first of all, it's been suggested that that this is a contract that we just can't negotiate and that we're just stuck with all the terms no matter what. But I was looking at section 1.1, which notes that the parties can, in addition, the parties may agree upon solution descriptions, equipment lists, statements of work, schedules, technical specifications, order forms, and other stuff, basically. And additional rights and obligations of the parties to the extent required by applicable procurement law. So I take that to mean that when we talk about negotiating this kind of contract, that's the clause that says we can say things about what the software, what the system is and its capabilities and terms of length and all that sort of stuff. That's where we get into the fine details of negotiations, correct?
Well, let me just, as I said last time, I'm not directly involved in contracting generally, and I get involved when there's an issue for me to get involved about. But I have seen a lot of tech contracts, and this one looks very much like all the other tech contracts. And, we do negotiate these contracts. There are a lot of provisions that do get negotiated, have gotten negotiated, and I've negotiated less around the technical aspects of how the system works. I get more involved in things like indemnification and liabilities, sharing of liabilities and that sort of thing. So I couldn't really comment on how much we're going to negotiate the technical aspects of this agreement, but I wouldn't say it's an agreement that is devoid of the ability to negotiate. There are some areas that will be negotiated. So that is true. And, I will also say I did hear that this referred to as an adhesion contract, and that's a what lawyers call boilerplate. Okay, boilerplate contract is one you truly cannot negotiate. And so, I'm going to my niece's wedding in Florida. I booked a flight, couldn't negotiate the contract with the airline. I booked a hotel, couldn't negotiate the contract with the hotel. I rented a car, I'm not going to be able to negotiate the car rental agreement. Those are adhesion contracts. Those are truly non-negotiable contracts. I don't think this is necessarily an adhesion contract, but even if it is, that's not a pejorative term. We sign adhesion contracts every day. As a matter of fact, everyone is looking at a computer right now, signing an adhesion contract to have the software necessary to be involved in this meeting tonight. So there are adhesion contracts all over the place. This is probably not technically an adhesion contract, and because there is room for negotiation. The upshot of an adhesion contract really is more about how it gets enforced, usually by the party who wrote the contract. And so ambiguities are strictly construed against the party who drafted an adhesion contract. So really, it adds very little to the conversation to call it an adhesion contract or boilerplate. So I hope I've answered your question, Council.
You did. And if you'll bear with me, I'll try to make it brief. There were a couple of other provisions that I saw. Section 10, 4.1 defines a number of different kinds of data. It notes that customer data, a worldwide non-exclusive license to use customer data, including to process, host, cache, store, reproduce, copy, blah, blah, blah. So first of all, that's all this, and this is a tech question, but I take that to mean that's like all the stuff that the data does. Like it's a process to upload. It is a process to download it and burn to a thing. So it's moving the data around within the system. And maybe if Director Pagan is here and might be able to answer that, but that's what I take it to mean. But so with that said, I note that it's been represented that this data can just be given to third parties, but what has been omitted from what I saw is the part that says, to the extent permitted by law, that there is this ability.
So if I may, let me just tell you my experience with these contracts.
Okay.
The software provider is going to retain all rights to the proprietary information in its software. Everything that they're providing to us to operate the system. The data that we produce is ours. The contract specifically says that the customer retains all right, title, and interest to the customer data. Now, the customer data, by definition in this master customer agreement, is the videos that are created by the dash cam and all the data around that video. That's our proprietary property, and it says so and I'm just telling you what it says. Customer retains all right, title, and interest to customer data. Motorola acquires no rights to customer data. Now, I'm not here to tell you that Motorola is a Mother Teresa corporation and that they've never done anything wrong and they won't do anything wrong in the future. But I'm telling you that under the terms of this agreement, the data is ours. Okay? Their proprietary software data is theirs. The data that's produced by it is ours. And this is the same in every one of these tech contracts that has crossed my desk over the years. And the extent, and Councilor, you were referring to 10.4.1 also states specifically the reasons that Motorola can share this data with third parties. It is to provide the service and equipment under this agreement. If it needs to be shared with a third party, for that reason they can share it. To develop better systems for Motorola. For that reason, they can share it with their third-party vendors, and also to create new software. They can use data, but those are the limitations in the contract. What they actually do in the real world, I'm not in the criminal world, criminal defense world or the prosecution world, and I never have been. So I can't really speak to anything more than the words written in the contract and what I have seen over the years with regard to these types of contracts.
Okay. And if I can point out one more clause, 10.4.2, and that has to do with, again, this customer data, which is the video, right? Which specifies, which is actually an agreement, that part of it, if it term applying, this was the contract that gets signed, actually applies to the city. And as I read it, it requires the city to promise to represent and warrant that customer data, their customers' collection, creation, and use of the customer data, including in connection with Motorola's products and services, which I take to mean with our cameras, and Motorola's use of customer data in accordance with the agreement will not violate any laws or applicable privacy notices or infringe on any third-party rights. Customer also represents, well, actually, so I'll back up with that. I take that to mean that we have an obligation to not use their equipment to break the law, including our own city ordinances. I would also it goes on to say that customer also represents and warrants that the customer data will be accurate and complete. I take that to mean don't put out a video, in this context, a video that has been tampered with or edited in a misleading way and then say our camera did it. Like, that would be a breach of our contract. It would also be against the law, but that's how I read this contract. I'm not asking you to agree with me, Attorney Sewell, but if it does seem to me that part of this deal is Motorola saying to us, don't use our stuff to break the law either. And then goes on to say,
it's in every one of these agreements. That is in every one of these agreements, because Motorola, if Motorola allows us to misuse their information that's produced with their software, they could find themselves liable as well. So they're trying to protect themselves. They're obviously not trying to protect us from ourselves. They're trying to protect themselves from us, and that's understandable. So
yeah, fair enough. And it just goes on to say that the customer also agrees has obtained all required consents, provided all necessary notices, and met all other applicable legal requirements with respect to collection and use. So I was really struck by the part that says that also binds us as a city to follow the law, and which would include ours. So I took some heart in that, and I felt like a further, more detailed look at this was useful to me. I guess my last question is the ownership of the data and the security issues. Director Pagan, this question for you. So I have two questions. First of all, do you have a guess as to what percentage of city data is cloud-based at this point?
Yes, I mentioned before that based on budget, I would not say on amount of data, but based on budget, we have about 80% of our systems are cloud-based.
And so this must be one of the only remaining local server storage systems.
Definitely. Most of our local storage is for what we call IoT, the Internet of Things. There are basically things that control equipment within the buildings, and there is no, it's still on development, cloud-based control management for those devices. So we keep control management for, whether our doors or whether our speakers, clocks, even cameras, anything is in all the buildings that we have. We have 27 buildings that we manage throughout the city. And most of them are local, and most of the data, like student information data, financial data, municipal permits, municipal assessors data, everything is cloud-based. We have very little amount of data that is hosted on our servers. Is a good amount of servers there because we have to ensure that we have the capacity to work under some kind of a disaster situation, but cloud-based is the majority of the systems that we have.
Okay. And do you have an opinion in general as to whether or not cloud-based versus local servers are more or less secure, relative to each other?
Yeah, that is, I have an opinion, definitely. Let me give you a little bit of background. I think that, as Councilor Perry mentioned, that I felt very insulted by many of the comments that were made about me. More than 10 years ago, the Department of Education was bothering with the idea of using cloud-based servers for student information. And I was one of the witnesses that they contacted to, make an opinion about whether to use Google as a platform for students. That was 10 years ago. And today, I would say 99% of the public school districts in Massachusetts use Google because of the decision that they made at that time. So I've been working with cloud-based data for many, many years. I think that the capacity that the cloud, and let me make another comment there. So most of the companies that use cloud storage, they have three different options. They have their own private cloud, or they use Amazon or Azure or Google. Those are the options. And as you can imagine, Microsoft and Google and Amazon have, I would say, 99% of the capacity worldwide for security on any place in the world. That is the most secure place that you want to have for your data. If you have your data on basically local storage, and you want the security that cloud-based storage has, you have to invest like double the amount of money in order to keep and sustain that security. It's really hard to do it. That's why cloud is being so successful on the market. It's not because it's more accessible. It's because the security and I would say the mostly the resiliency of the services is a much reliable than trying to do it locally. So yes, I believe the secure and as a matter of fact, actually, the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the IT department, it actually requires their agencies to work on the cloud, and they recommend the municipalities to move to the cloud as much as possible. And every time they do contracts, they emphasize the use of the cloud as one of the options. At one point, when they created the municipal department, they actually came with basically a goal to get municipal administrations to adopt cloud-based storage as their main storage. They later on they abandoned that goal because it was really hard for some of the small municipalities to be able to do it. But the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that's part of their policy. Cloud-based is the way to work. And as part of an experience that I had in the past as an ISP provider, we work with some state agencies to provide them a connection to the cloud. So that is, it's not only in Massachusetts, but it's also in other states. So government more and more use the cloud as a way of being, more sustainable and more reliable, and disaster recovery is a lot more secure through cloud-based. And
okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just
Yeah.
two, and I promise these are brief questions. Is it likely that that when in that contract, when Motorola talks about third parties for processing, cache, and all that sort of stuff, that what we're talking about is Amazon and Google, these sort of worldwide sort of cloud storage containers? Is it likely that that's that's what they're really talking about?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, I can, we haven't get to that point yet, but I'm pretty sure they use Azure, which is the Microsoft cloud option. Yeah.
Okay. And do you think that ultimately in the pretty near term that all data storage is going to be cloud-based, sort of regardless platform?
I think eventually that would be the case. I think that even if you go to small businesses, they are moving into the cloud. We have definitely, the cloud started mostly for enterprises, and then it went down to, government, because government always get, a little delay on adopting new technologies. And small businesses are the ones that are basically the latest, the ones that take the technology the latest. But even today, I think that there is a lot of services that are cloud-based for small businesses, and the adoption is growing. Yes, I would say that eventually that will be basically what our kids that are graduating from college today will see happening in every workplace.
Right. I mean, I would offer that my firm operates on all my cases are in the cloud, and I get discovery from the U.S. Attorney's Office from cloud-based solutions. So I think that's all I have. I appreciate your time, Attorney Seawold, Director Pagan. That was very helpful. Having those questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elkins. I appreciated that line of questioning, because there was information sent out earlier today specifically around the contract and how it was the opposite of what we were just hearing from Attorney Seawold and Director Pagan. Okay, next is Councillor Jarrett, and then Councillor Moulton.
Yeah, I just have another question about the contract, Attorney Seawold. Section 1.2 modifications. Motorola may modify this agreement at any time after providing notice to the customer. Modifications are effective as of the date of publication, and if customer does not agree to any such modifications, customer must cease using the products and services. Does that mean we could get out of a contract if they change the terms in a way we didn't like, but that could be very sudden, perhaps, so that suddenly we wouldn't be able to use any of the equipment we just purchased, or essentially we have to agree to their changes?
Oh. All right.
Well, we would, yes, the answer to your ultimate question is yes, we would be out of the contract if they tried to impose terms upon which we were not in agreement. We would simply terminate the contract. This is the agreement we're entering into, and one of the things about writing a contract like Motorola does is that they would never be able to enforce this contract against the city if they've changed the terms unilaterally.
But they could change them, and if we didn't agree, we would have to immediately stop using the service.
Theoretically, I suppose that is a theoretic possibility. Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Moulton.
Counselor Nash, I wanted to ask you about the bringing forward of the facial recognition ordinance to the council agenda in March. This ordinance was adopted in December of 2019, and it calls for a review after 3 years from the month of enactment for such amendments as councilors may propose and the council may adopt. So theoretically, then we'd have about 10 months to review this ordinance.
We could move slowly or we could move quickly. I think that it's, that it's triggered for us, Laura, our amazing Laura actually already had set this aside to put on the agenda in December. So when this topic came up, she said, "Oh, by the way, Jim, we're talking about this, and we're scheduled to discuss this ordinance in the months ahead." And I was like, "Well, that's fascinating because we're having this discussion now, and there's no reason we can't start talking earlier." Review to me. A 3-year review means you review before 3 years rather than beyond 3 years. So if we want to take, 7-8 months, we could do that. But I think we can take a very thoughtful approach here. I think that's what you're getting at, is that and that we, there's some complex issues here, and we can take our time and get some thoughtful answers. And I think we could also use our committee structure to that end to really get lots of good input. So I don't want to start debating it now, but that's kind of my thought.
But Councilor Nash, as part of that, we would have robust community discussion.
Absolutely. That would be the goal. Once again, like we did with finance, and the way we're doing things now is that our committees do the interaction with the public and get, residents' ideas. And then this is our business meeting for us to discern a way forward. So.
Okay, that's very helpful. And I want to note that I agree with Councilor Jarrett that the Cambridge ordinance, which Councilor Maori brought to my attention this week, would be one that we'd like to look at, because among the provisions of that ordinance are a surveillance impact statement for equipment that's being used. So I would think that would be a useful tool to look at during this review. I want to circle back to several things that other councilors have said. Councilor Perry talked about our responsibility as leaders not to deal in hypotheticals, and I completely agree with that. We're dealing with evidence of real life experience in our community, and during the past 4 weeks since this first surfaced, I've had no one approach me with any evidence of misuse of dash cam video footage in Northampton. I also agree with Councilor Foster that public comment on this topic is not representative of the range of opinions in Northampton. In fact, part of my motivation for suggesting community forum, further discussion, is to hear those voices that have been missing, whether it's lawyers, defendants, anyone who's had experience with dash cam video. And my suspicion is that we haven't heard that, and I know we haven't heard that range of voices, because I have talked in the last 10 days with a number of lawyers about the idea that defense attorneys in general oppose the use of dash cam footage, and I am told that that's just wrong and backwards. That the equipment is if functioning properly, is used as it was intended to be, as a transparent record of interactions. So that has been missing from our discussion or our public comment. And I think that those voices are very important to hear. And I'll also circle back to Councillor Foster referred to the ACLU. This is for a broader context. I looked at statements by the ACLU of Massachusetts on the subject, and they, in arguing for the use of police cameras, they write, "We hear countless stories from poor people, people of color, non-English speakers experiencing discrimination, harassment, and abuse at the hands of police. Unfortunately, however, the evidence necessary to support these accusations are rarely, if ever, available unless bystanders or nearby surveillance cameras happen to capture it on video." So I look to the ACLU as a credible protector of civil rights, and I think that they are accurate in that point of view, and I think that the thought that that hypothetically there could be misuse is not what we want to consider in voting on the continued use of this technology.
Thank you, Counselor. I thought I saw Counselor Labarge's hand. Is that right? Counselor Labarge? Oh, asked to unmute. What is going on here tonight, guys? All right, asked to. Laura, can you try? I think you're unmuted now. Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, I don't know.
And
what
then
happened.
we're going to go to Counselor Maori. I saw her too.
Okay. I want to thank Counselor Elkins for going through of what she read on the contract and so forth, and also having Attorney Alan Seawald here. My question is, because we've always been into a 3-year contract, now we're going into a 5. And I'm hoping that our mayor is still here, Council President Nash. Do you know if the mayor is still here? I wanted to talk to
In
her.
my screen, she's right above your head.
Mayor.
Hi, Mayor. Question. Okay. If we approve this contract at 5 years, which some of us are unhappy because we're not seeing the contract or anything like that. But I have dire trust in you, Mayor. I've worked with you for a long time, and I know you. And especially you sponsoring on an ordinance, on a resolution of Northampton being a sanctuary city. When you sit down with Motorola Solutions and you tell them what you want on that contract, will you be able to, Mayor, because you are an honest person, come to us city councilors and tell us what you have placed on that contract?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you very much, Councilor Barge, for those lovely words about me and my character. I appreciate that. And likewise to you. Yeah, absolutely. I would be, once we've established the contract and, have the provisions in there that are going to protect what we already have for ordinances and what we need to protect in our own city, then I'll be happy to share that with you.
Say, I know what you're all about. And it's been so difficult, Mayor, going from a 3-year contract to a 5-year contract. But maybe this was kind of good that this happened, because not knowing on a 3-year contract, not being involved, not knowing because of it being a 3-year contract, here we are looking at a 5-year contract and we have to sign it. And not even knowing what it's all involved. That was this is difficult. So that's why I asked for you to come forth, because of your trust. And to me, that's very, very valuable. And hearing you say tonight that, yes, you will come in front of us city councilors once you go over that contract, you and the attorneys in Antonio.
Oh, you just muted yourself, Counselor.
Oh, Laura, I'm not going to touch it anymore.
Okay,
I know. I'm not.
I think I got the gist of what you were saying. Yes, thank you. I'm happy to do that. And again, I really appreciate that at the last meeting, this is, I think it was the last meeting that we discussed this. We had our chief procurement officer, Joe Cook, was there, as well as the solicitor, and they look over every contract and they make sure that the city is protected in all of them. And as will I, and I will be happy to share that with you.
Right, because I just find it, and many people have said this to me, and even you, Mayor, if you go ahead and reconstruct your home, whatever you're going to do, you look at that contract, you look at the language, and you sign it. And here we're talking about, Motorola Solutions and what we're hearing about the company and so forth, and not knowing what kind of language once we sign off of what's going to be said. So you told me tonight, which I respect, that you will let us know what has been done on that contract from our mayor. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Councilor Maori.
So thank you, President Nash. I was just so relieved to hear that you were get back to the facial recognition conversation, ordinance review that we had talked about. I remember now that we had mentioned that earlier, and I think that is, I think the timing is good. I'm hoping you're also saying that we can look at it and discuss, larger topics of police surveillance tech and not just look at this one ordinance, but because I think this is going to I just want us to be prepared, because I think we're going to have to deal with these types of conversations in the next few years, just because of the way the world is going and tech. So
Yeah,
that's one question, and then I had some other comments.
Yeah, my thoughts on it are to review the ordinance and also to do so in the people have raised concerns, and I think their concerns need to be addressed, and we can have that discussion. So,
right. Well, thank you. That's great. And I just want to point out, I hear, I think we've all talked a lot. Councilor Perry's talked a lot about respectful disagreeing, and that's something I think we're modeling well here. And that's what I think. Speaking of the facial recognition ordinance, you were saying earlier, well, with this contract, we've talked to Antonio, we talked to the mayor and the police chief, and they all think it's a good idea. And I don't question their intentions at all. I think they're doing their jobs. I think they're doing a great job at their jobs and their tasks. But if you recall, during the facial recognition ordinance, the mayor, who I liked very much, Mayor Narkowitz, opposed that to the point of vetoing it. It was something that the police chief wanted. So I think we need to separate, the idea of people's intentions with the idea that we're council and we can disagree. And that doesn't bring into, just speaking of counselors, that doesn't, for me at least, question their intentions.
That's
but
right.
it is our job, to sometimes disagree. So to me, it's saying, that because the mayor and the police chief think it's a good idea, I think that's fine. But I think we can respectfully disagree, and that's exactly what those counselors did, or we wouldn't have the facial recognition ordinance now. And also, we also saw here, as you say, Councilor Elkins is an expert, and we also know that experts can, reasonable people and experts can disagree. And we heard from 2 other criminal defense attorneys who thought thought differently. So I just think, it's great to have experts, and we definitely trust our department heads but we can also disagree. I just wanted to kind of, since we've been talking about that, I just wanted to get that down. And so I guess my only other thing I was going to say, and I guess the thing about you also talked about it being an established technology, but a lot of the experts who established that technology are now questioning it. And so I don't really know what established means. I want to see the data about how this benefits Northampton specifically, and how it's keeping people safe and that it's not harming people. And I don't know where that data is. And I think that's, I'm a public health expert, and that's, you need evidence-based to fund something or to continue doing something. I think you really need to be conscious of it. And I'm saying this as someone who really, I'm not saying I know where I land on it. I think there's a lot of conversations within the dash cam conversations like, well, is the police department the best place to house the data if we do need the data, or is that a neutral third party the place to put that? These are great conversations I really hope we have, and I think there's a lot of nuance there. And that's the other thing is, getting back to, it seemed like the conversation was going, well, we have this unreliable these dash cams that are important, it's like, so we either have to approve this contract or we get unreliable dash cams. And we have to remember, those are not just the only two choices. There's other companies, there's other contracts. Let's just remember that those are not the only two choices. We can vote down this contract, this 5-year contract, and still have reliable dash cams if that's what we want. And in fact, I wonder if we want to have an open and honest process, if we're really, earnest about wanting to look at police surveillance technology, what are we going to do if we find that dash cams don't suit us, or if the Motorola contract doesn't suit us? I'm very concerned about 5 years with an extremely questionable organization. We spent hours talking about whether they violate our nuclear weapons industry ordinance and other issues, because they have worked in the nuclear weapons industry. So I'm just thinking 5 years, versus 3 years. That's 2 years more with a company that, with a technology we might decide as a community we don't even want, or a company that we have, a lot of questions about. So I just want to put it out there that, find some of that middle ground, and that there's not this one or the other, but there's other things in there. There's other possibilities besides unreliable dash cams or this 5-year contract with a really questionable company that might be, that really might violate lots of our community values. So thank you.
Councillor Elkins.
Right, and Councilor Maori, I do totally appreciate that. And there is, as I said before, I don't disagree at all. There is an awful lot to talk about, an awful lot of nuance. I will say, in my research, I really not seen anything, much of anything. I really don't think I saw anything. And I did specifically around dash cams. There is a lot. I mean, 5 years ago, 2016, after, at some point there was a real push for body cams, and that in particular, body cams has been really subject to a lot of discussion, and I'm totally into it. I want to talk about it. Let's talk about it. The one thing, and that I keep coming back to, though, about this particular question is that it is more urgent than that. It is really the case, and I've said it again, it is really the case that somebody right now on King Street could be in a stop with Northampton Public, the Northampton Police Department, and it is a question mark about whether or not and they get that discovery. And that is not a little thing. It's really not a little thing. It's in terms of sort of our obligations, in terms of what is legally required of the district attorney's office and proving their case. I also think, and this is I really think I have a real difficult time with this, which is it is kind of the worst of a couple of possible situations. So first of all, we have a situation that frankly right now is more susceptible to manipulation by, police misconduct. The video could, like if there's a bad thing that happens and we have a situation where video is not appearing, do we feel comfortable enough that this isn't going to be the video that doesn't show up in court and doesn't show up in the hands that we need? And I feel like that's the birth of both worlds. Also, I think it's a disservice to the police officers, our city employees, to expect them to go into court and answer under oath questions about why this evidence isn't available. So it is more urgent than that. It is happening right now. It is happening with people's cases right now. And I feel like this is more akin to the snowstorm is coming and we don't have the plows, for the snow plows. So we might have a problem if we reach a consensus that we want to take out dash cams down the road, but if we have them, and we do right now, they have to work. They have to.
Right. Can I just answer back to that? I just want to
go
say
ahead.
that. Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I hear you on that. And thank you for your insights. I just want us to make sure, it's getting late and we get tired. And I just want to, all I'm saying is I'm actually really looking forward to learning more about the technology and getting into it. But let's not get in the mentality that the urgency that you just portrayed, this 5-year contract is not, if we vote down this 5-year contract, that doesn't mean that we don't get reliable dash cams. We had Antonio talk about all the other options, the other companies, the shorter contract. So I don't want to get into that it's urgent, so we have to vote for this contract. If we vote down this contract, we have these, Antonio's done so much work. I mean, it's amazing. I was blown away. And there's other options, and I'm sure that the mayor and the police chief and Antonio will find those immediately. So I'm not worried that we're going to get reliable dash cams. I'm not. And I don't think it's actually reliable dash cams is not connected to this contract. This is the contract that they kind of thought they like for these reasons, but they've named all the other choices. So we know we're going to get reliable dash cams, and it sounds like we know we're going to have a conversation about that. So that's great. So let's talk about this contract, this 5-year contract, because we know there's other contracts we can get.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor and we're still discussing it. Councillor Labarge.
Yes. Maybe Councillor Elkins, you could help me out on this one. I didn't have to have the time today to call some members of my family in reference to what's going on here. Say with a 5-year contract versus a 3-year contract. Am I hearing once we sign it for 5 years, that's it? We couldn't break off with it? If for some reason we were not happy with them, couldn't that language be included in a contract if for any reason? If
if you're asking me as in the general lawyerly sense,
right.
I think directing that to Attorney Seawald's more appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I can offer an opinion, but
I know.
Go back to being a counselor. Attorney Seawald, you want to give it a shot? Oh, I gotta unmute you.
I know these things go.
Laura, can you unmute him?
All set, thank you. I'm here to rescue Councillor Elkins from civil law.
Could you help me with that, Attorney Seawald?
Well, obviously, if there's a breach of contract, then of course we can terminate the contract. But we have a contract for a certain period of time. I really haven't studied the termination provisions of this master contract, but And I know there are termination provisions, but frankly, Council, I haven't studied it because, you know, I just breezed through this afternoon. I'd be happy to give you, you know, typically there are provisions for termination for cause, which means one party or the other committed some sort of misconduct, or for no reason at all. If you want to continue talking, I'm happy to try and take a look at it, but I didn't really look into it.
Because that's important for me, Councillor Seawald. I would just like to know if we sign a 5-year contract and the city is paying for this, for the use of their technology, but within 2.5, 3 years, we don't like it. We're not happy with it. There has to be some kind of language in a contract to say where we could say we're done. Or are we stuck?
Well,
Alan's
it's my
got-
understanding, usually with a service contract like this, that there's some sort of penalty for leaving the contract, and
There has to be a material breach of an obligation under the agreement, because understand that Motorola is amortizing these over a 5-year period, and the equipment is no longer worth anything to them once they put it into our facility. And so there probably would be a penalty for early termination.
Okay, thank you, Alan.
okay. Oh, come on, we're not done talking yet, are we? Well, we have a motion on the floor, and to, you know, and just to be clear, we're not approving a contract. We are approving the mayor's authority to go in to negotiate a contract. And if she doesn't like it, if it doesn't meet our, Laura, you have something to share.
I just understood the motion on the floor just to be to take a vote, not to approve the contract. I thought it was just to act at all, to vote.
It's to approve the order. That's my
Okay,
understanding.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay. There's seeing no more discussion. This is where it gets hard because you can't go yes, kinda, or no, kinda. It's the hard part about being a counselor. Okay, so seeing no more discussion, Laura, can you take, oh, all right, an intervention here, okay.
Oh,
Councilor
President Nash,
Maori.
I'm sorry, I just want to get in the habit of repeating the motion. Just
Yes,
because
I was about to do
You
that.
probably were.
Yeah. But that's fair. We're all tired. So, yeah. So the motion on the floor is to approve this financial order, which allows the mayor to negotiate a 5-year contract with Motorola Solutions. Okay. Laura, roll call, please.
Councillor Jarrett,
No.
Councillor Labarge,
yes.
Councillor Maori,
No.
Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
Yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
and Councillor Gore.
No.
Okay, I think that passes. What's the number, Laura?
6
I
to
was-
3.
6 to 3? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And all right, so that passes 6 to 3. And as I said, on our next agenda, we will have that that item from back in 2019 that's up for review. Okay. Let's see, what is up next? Okay, so I'm going to propose another 5-minute break. Uh-oh. And stop. I have two computers here and one's talking to me. Yeah, so let's take a 5-minute break. We're about to talk about zoning. I think a little breather is in order. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Okay.
Counselor Nash.
Yes, Counselor Labarge.
Yes, what was that vote?
The vote was 6-3.
Thank you.
Okay. People are back, it looks like. Yeah. Okay. Next up are ordinances. We have an ordinance in first reading. This is an ordinance relative to housekeeping changes to general ordinances. This was referred to legislative matters back on 11/18/21. Is that right? Positive recommendation with corrections of Scrivener's errors 2/14/2021. Okay, so Laura, this originally went to legislative matters, and then with the last session, and then with this session, they came back and had some changes.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm not sure I want to read this whole thing, but I think maybe Counselor Jarrett, who really went through the details of all of these, maybe do you want to summarize what's in here, Counselor Jarrett? Or I mean, I could do it too. These are housekeeping changes to our ordinances. It's changing. It's making corrections to things like where it said, where a chairman is referenced. It's just changed to the chair. And that this actually went through ordinance review, is where it got. In fact, this is actually the foundation thing that ordinance review actually does is to review existing law and just kind of update it. We had that additional piece to look at how to apply a social justice lens last year. So anyway, so that's what this is. This is the Alan Seawald has looked this over. This has been through legislative matters, and so that is what is before you right now. Counselor Jarrett.
There is one sponsor who, since this carryover from the previous term, Counselor Foster was one of the sponsors. So I just want to see if she would like to speak.
Oh,
to
yes,
him.
this has her work in there. Yeah. Counselor Foster, you want to say something? She looks frozen. Oh, she's not.
Oh,
She's
good.
tired.
Yes, it's late. Thanks, Counselor Jarrett. I would like to speak to it, but if you'd like to summarize first, although maybe Counselor Nash, you sort of did with some of the language, but Counselor Jarrett, is there more you wanted to say about that first?
No, I mean, I think language changes and more respectful language is the key in most cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, just this really came from with the Ordinance Review Committee was looking at the ordinances with the eye toward equity. And one of my constituents who was a renter had brought to me, her car was towed in a snow emergency, and brought to me kind of the challenges that many renters are going to be people who are lower income, perhaps more transient, newer to the city, and less aware of what a snow emergency may mean, what they might need to do, kind of all of those things that as you live in the city for a while, you get to know. And, it had me then taking a look into the parking ordinances. And that's when I was looking through the ordinances and realized that, our language around disability was from 1981. And there's nothing wrong there, but it was time for an update on the language. And so when we're talking about, sort of structures that are accessible to people with disabilities, it's not technically wrong to say a handicapped parking space, but the preferred language is to say an accessible parking space. That's the function of the space, is it's accessible to people who have disabilities, who might need a van accessible space. The other thing that the ordinances, before they had been updated, were referring to people as handicapped. So saying that handicapped people, would have the parking placards and that sort of thing. And that's just really outdated language. If we want to dive into the weeds on this, a handicap is a barrier that prevents somebody from accessing something. So people are not handicapped. People may have a mobility impairment, they might have a disability, but they're not actually handicapped. The handicap is the barrier. So by updating the language, we're really using just far more respectful language to refer to people who have disabilities or mobility impairments, and then describing the function. So this ordinance, as well as the next level, the next housekeeping one, where we refer to accessible ramps or accessible parking spaces. It's just to update kind of what the function of that is, and to really reflect changing language and understanding around disability. So, I do want to recognize that when I brought this up, actually originally with the Transportation and Parking Commission, and with Parking Director Nancy Forrestal, she instantly jumped on board, and very, very quickly, in Northampton, you found accessible parking permits rather than handicapped parking permits. Nancy was very quick to make that change. And Director Fiden was very quick to make changes around signage for new accessible parking spaces. And it was with Director Fiden's support that Keith Benoit from the planning office went through, and Carolyn Mish were able to go through the city codes and update all of that language. So it was really, I have a lot of appreciation that was some deep work and a quick change, really kind of as soon as awareness was brought to the outdated language. And it was pretty gratifying as a counselor to see the wheels turn and real change come from it. And actually, if you see the parking space now, the Peter Pan parking lot, you want to talk council field trip, but next time you're there, take a look at the pavement markings on the lot, the Peter Pan lot there. Instead of the straight backed wheelchair icon that we're used to seeing, it's a more active wheelchair icon. In City Hall, they changed the signage from handicapped entrance to accessible entrance. So this kind of language, it's going through the ordinances, but it's also becoming broader citywide. And just a lot of gratitude to a lot of people who jumped on to really help make those changes.
Councillor Labarge, and then Councillor Jarrett. No, I'm going to go to Councillor Perry, then Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Anyways, those two subjects were brought up with the Commission on Disability, and we had lengthy talks on that. And I do know that Keith Benoit did come forth. Also, a letter was sent from the Commission on Disabilities to the committees, and we supported that 100%. So I thought I would bring that information forward.
Thank you, Councillor Labarge.
You're welcome.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for working on this. As a person who fancies words a lot, I know the importance of words and how they can break down and build up people. And I think this is very important. It might seem little to some folks, but it really is important. So thank you. It warms my heart to see us doing work like this.
Thank you. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yes, I very much appreciate all these details. I did want to note there is one area where it's not just a word change. It is an actual change in the ordinance, and that is section 116-1, which changes the false alarm penalty. Basically, instead of getting 3 false alarms before there is a fine, there is only 1 false alarm in any calendar year before there is a fine. So just wanted to note that, and that was at the recommendation of the city clerk, I believe. Laura. Yeah.
Laura's got some information to share.
It was just originally brought to City Clerk Pam Power's attention by Lori Spears, the court administrator for the the police department, who does the false alarm billing, because there'd been the original way it was implemented was that people be billed after 1 false alarm, but somebody appealed a ticket based on the discrepancy, the language in 116.1, which said that people didn't start getting billed until after 3 false alarms. So that was when the discrepancy came to the attention of the person doing the billing at the police department. But yes, she brought it forward then to City Clerk Pam Powers.
Thank you. Councilor Jarrett.
So process note, this is listed as in first reading. It did because it has been referred. So I guess this is sort of one of those things where it's between rules, right?
It was because it was referred during the last council session. So when we were still under the old rules. So yeah, that's why.
Right, okay. So I have an amendment. Is that something I would make now or in 2 weeks when this comes back? I'm not sure of the process for that.
No.
You know, I think
You
toss
can-
it out there now, and then we have 2 weeks to think about it.
Okay. So I wouldn't make a motion on it now.
Okay.
But rather I would just toss it out there and we would consider it, and then we would vote on it next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so in section, I would add this language right after the other one that refers to section 156-5. In section 156-5, by deleting in subsection B the word development and replacing it with the word sustainability. This is just one spot of where it would still say Department of Planning and Development when it should say Department and Sustainability. All the others, I think, were caught.
Oh, so it's almost a Scribner's error.
Yes.
So I can make sure that amendment is included for when it's presented at the next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Jarrett, thank you for your attention to detail. It's quite remarkable. So, all right. Any more discussion on this? I too just want to add that language is important, and I really want to thank Councilor Foster for all of her terrific work here. Yeah, do the and also that it's moved along so easily and quietly, and here it is, and change is happening, and there's already changes on the pavement markings. That's really remarkable. So well done. So not seeing any further discussion. Oh, do we have a motion? A motion to, or actually we don't need a motion because we just put it on the agenda for next time. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on from that one and on to the next item on the agenda. This is in second reading. This is 22.024, an ordinance relative to stop signs in the Village Hill neighborhood. This is on second reading. We will vote on it tonight. It was referred to legislative matters on 2.3, came back with a positive recommendation on 2.14. That we have a diagram that includes a lot of stop signs that are already there. And this ordinance is to include those stop signs in a new one at the corner not quite the corner of Higgins Way. Does anybody want to see the diagram, talk about it anymore? Oh, good. Here we go. We need a diagram. It'll wake us up. There we go. And the red dot, or the red circle with the red dot, indicates where the new stop sign has gone in. It's already gone in. Is that correct, Councilor Foster? No, it hasn't gone in yet. Okay.
Not in there.
So, but once we approve this ordinance, DPW can go out and put it in. So, any discussion? Councilor Foster.
I have a lot to say about this, but I'm really happy to be able to make this happen. But the one thing I want to point out is that this was really just a strong years-long request from the community at Village Hill there. And I know my predecessor, Dennis Bidwell, and Councilor Nash, you had worked on that with TPC, and it went through a neighborhood process, quite a bit of request. DPW was able to use traffic calming money on a traffic study at Village Hill that supports the existence of the stop signs, and caught that there weren't already ordinances to support them, as well as the need for the new one on Village Hill Road North. But it was pretty cool that the community did quite a bit of advocacy around that, and I'm just really glad to see this moving forward. Oh, and I'll move approval while I'm at it.
Second.
Any discussion? I don't see any discussion. I just want to say, I remember walking around out there with Councilor Bidwell on a cold day, probably in February, like 4 or 5 years ago. So anyway, it's great this is moving forward. Okay, Laura, roll call, please.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Yes.
And Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. And we get a stop sign up at Village Hill. All right. Next up is 21-339, an ordinance to allow beverage service and entertainment at farm stands under certain circumstances. This is in first reading. It's been to the planning board and legislative matters for a public hearing back on 10/7. Public hearing continued by planning board on 11/18/2021. Continuation of planning board public hearing on February 10th. Positive recommendation with amendments from planning board on February 10th. Positive recommendation as amended by planning board from legislative matters on 2/14. So Laura, can you put it up on the screen?
Sure.
And do we have anybody from, is Wayne or Carolyn here, or? Wayne, you're still awake.
I'm still here. I'm still awake.
You have your sleepy face though. All right. Well, this will really help then, talking about zoning. So Wayne, you want to describe what we're looking at here?
Sure. So this is written for all farm areas, but it specifically came up for Sylvester Road. So in Sylvester Road, we have a small winery. We've always, under state law, we exempt farm products from zoning requirements. So if you have a farm that's over 5 acres, it's a commercial farm, you have the right to sell your products on the farm. So if you have a winery and you're growing wine, you do have the right to sell it sort of farm style wise. The winery on Sylvester Road sort of evolved over time, and they started doing special events. So you could get married there, you could do sort of events out there. And we were faced with either we need to start enforcing it, or what we are recommending, we bless it and say, this is great. The reason for all the amendments is in the conversation, both the planning board and legislative matters. We started with fewer zoning districts, and that sort of grew to say, wait, this is really a fine approach for any farm area in multiple places, including special conservancy, which is the floodplain, the Connecticut River floodplain. So that was the latest edition. Originally, it also had a very small limit to the number of events, 12 events. And the most recent version is to lift that to say, let's discuss the projects going forward, but we don't really, these projects need licenses anyway from the License Commission. So we have mechanisms to control those, or I guess, or either License Commission and or entertainment licenses from the mayor. So we have ways to control these, and we just don't see it as a problem. I mean, obviously, there can be events and there can be noise, and sometimes there's issues for neighbors. That's really the only issue. They're all, almost by definition, relatively low traffic areas. So the total traffic on the roads are small, which isn't to say, if you're right next to a wedding event, there may be some immediate impacts for neighbors. But
okay. Any questions, councilors? Councilor Jarrett.
Laura, there's a small amendment you have, right, that Carolyn suggested?
Yes, she had sent me an email saying that the phrase exceeding 12 such events per year should be added to the last sentence of that ordinance, up to the sentence. Let me see, where's the whole sentence? Oh, well, the sentence about a site plan review being necessary. That I guess when the cap was removed, that phrase should have been added. I'm not explaining this very well, but anyways, yes, to just add the phrase exceeding 12 such events per year to the final sentence of accessory events and entertainment unrelated to on-site production.
Great. Yeah, and could that be placed on for the next meeting for our final vote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so what that language is saying, just what Wayne was saying, that with and just so I have it straight, with site plan you can exceed, if you're going over 12 events, you're subject to site plan. Is that correct, Wayne?
that's correct, yes.
Okay, and all of these are subject to the License Commission if they're serving alcohol.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Jarrett.
And the mayor's office, a license from the mayor's office if they are not serving alcohol.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. So there's all sorts of protections in place. So if we don't end up with Woodstock in the meadows, might be cool, but don't tell.
I think so too.
So, all right. This is on first reading. So any people want to discuss this any longer? I'm not seeing a lot of interest. Okay. The next up for discussion, Wayne, you getting used to our new rules here?
A little bit.
21.356, an ordinance relative to housekeeping changes to the zoning ordinance. This is first reading. It was referred by City Council to Planning Board and Legislative Matters back in November 18th. Planning Board hearing held positive recommendation with comments on 113. Positive recommendation of Planning Board. Comments at Legislative Matters on 214. Note, opinion received from city solicitor that using different term for wheelchair ramp and local ordinance shouldn't be a problem. Senior Services Director opinion sought on preferred term for referring to residents over age 65. Okay, that is on the floor, and okay, and is this another item for Karen that she could speak to, or is this related?
Yep.
It sort of came out of the same place.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
same idea. So I tried to speak to them together before, but it's the same idea of updating the language, and Carolyn Mish worked on this one.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Wayne around this?
No.
I'm only seeing a few people here. Oh, there everybody is. Okay. Okay. Oh, Counselor Jarrett.
Not a question for Wayne, but I was tasked in legislative matters to talk with, or to ask the senior services director about how to refer to actually to elderly residents. So I consulted with her and with Attorney Seawald, and we determined that the definition of elderly is a person 60 years and older. So Attorney Seawald admitted that he was now elderly. So we are proposing to replace the phrase elderly or disabled residents, which is in the original, and replace that with persons 60 years and older or persons with disabilities.
So you're replacing elderly with person 60 years and older? That's
yes.
okay. I can make it that change for the next reading.
So do we need a motion to make that change, or?
Oh, perhaps.
This is
guess
a
it's
little
more than
unclear to me with our new process. Do we vote on amendments now, or do we vote on them next time?
Oh my God.
Well, I have an idea. That's a great idea for an amendment, Counselor Jarrett. And if you could submit it to Laura, and it'll be included with the text for next time, and we can, it'll be easier for us to look at rather than trying to imagine it at after 12 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your help with that too. Okay, any more discussion on this item in first reading? Oh, Counselor Foster.
Just very brief, Councilor Jarrett, I was at the Legislative Matters meeting and appreciated your thoughtfulness on, if we're working to get language right, really getting it right. And that makes sense, using person first language to describe residents over 60. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and as an elderly person, I appreciate the change too.
Oh, Councilors, I thought ARP was 55 and over.
I don't know.
That's
Isn't it 50?
Say there, no, it's 55. Yeah, it is 50 and over. So here we have elderly, but here ARP, who deals with 50 and over, and you're considered a senior.
I actually heard you don't have to be any age to get to join AARP.
Do you have?
That's what I tell myself now that I'm getting the mail. Anyway.
You apply for it.
Okay, I'm going to wrestle us back onto topic here. We're almost there. You know what? So I think we're done with this item for now, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and that means we're on to resolutions, and Director Fiden can go to bed.
Poor guy.
No fair.
Okay. All right. We're down to our resolutions. We have they're both on second reading, which means we're going to vote on them tonight. And that we have item 22.023, a resolution in support of student loan debt cancellation. It passed in first reading. No, right? No.
Didn't vote.
Oh,
we didn't vote on it. So
okay.
yeah. And this is under the recommendation, upon the recommendation of Councilor Jamila Gore and Councilor Rachel Maori. I think we read this into the record last time,
Yes,
correct?
good. Yes.
Okay, and any more discussion on this?
Well, I wish I could report that the crisis went away in 2 weeks, but I can't. So I think we're still here.
All due to a resolution. Excellent. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate all the thought in this, and I think we wish we could all spend an hour talking about how laudable this is, but it's on the floor, and I think it's time to vote on it.
Is it on the floor?
Go ahead, Rachel.
Move to approve.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
And then a second is by Councilor Perry. Okay. We have a motion. It's been approved. Any more discussion? Roll call.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
I am so tired. I don't realize I said yes.
I know.
Okay. Now we're on to the last item on the agenda. Hopefully, we'll see. 22.027, a resolution to form a select committee to study barriers to service on city boards and commissions. Councilor Maori.
Yeah. No, I just it's funny, like when I first started council, it was like 2 readings, my goodness. But you know, sometimes it's handy. Like I reread this in anticipation tonight, and I'm just so excited this is moving forward and thankful. But I did bring up a question I had for the sponsors, which is like there's no language addressing potential obstacles in terms of the culture of governance. So I guess I'm wondering, and that might not be your goal here. I see a lot of, you're mentioning structural, barriers, and truthfully, I think structural barriers are going to kind of come up pretty fast as we, open up at post-pandemic. Personally, for me, they're going to come up. Childcare and all sorts of stuff is going to come up pretty fast. So I understand the structural. So it might not be your intention to do that, but I was wondering about that because I guess what I'm wondering is if it's not named, if it comes up during the select committee, what will that be entertained? Is it something the select committee could, entertain that as something that they'll look into? I mean, I guess the thing is pre-pandemic, well, not just pre-pandemic. I'd say anecdotally, the 2 or 3 times I've talked to folks who've left boards and asked why, the reason they gave me were actually cultural. They were not feeling comfortable as a person of color, not feeling listened to, feeling like men or white folks were aligning themselves and amplifying their own voice, things like that. And it's hard because those aren't some of those things we could try to change, and some we might not be able to change. But I do think there's power in naming them. So I guess. Let me just think, I think if you name these forces at work, even if things you can't always address, you get a fuller picture of how to at least what's going on. So I guess, yeah, to the sponsors, I guess I'm wondering what you think of that. Being a resolution, there might be room for those conversations, but I was just wondering.
Councilor Foster.
Yeah, Councilor Maori, I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad you named it. I think it is really important. And it was a conversation I had with the Redesigning Power Structures folks that are working with the collaborative. And that one of the things it's tucked in there, and it could probably be called out more explicitly, but that idea of providing support potentially for people who are serving on boards and commissions is affinity support as well. Recognizing that dynamic where many people who are serving are finding their affinity and cultural comfort through other members of those boards and commissions. Whereas if we're talking about diversifying those and inviting voices to the table, or that's not the way I want to put it, reducing structural barriers so that voices are at the table that have not historically been there. Many of those people, it's a lot more work. It's more emotional work to be in those spaces. And so that is something that would need to be addressed. The collaborative was wondering if they could provide some kind of additional, affinity support to give people a chance to unpack those feelings and to talk about that, which of course then brings up the next structural barrier of time. So it's all of these things to be looking at, but I think that's a very, very significant one. And that could have been made more explicit in the writing of the resolution, but I would certainly expect a select committee to look at.
Councillor Maori.
Well, thank you for, that's all I really want to know, that there'll be a space for that, because I think it will come up, but I don't want to like kind of traumatize anyone by like shutting down the very, that kind of thing. But honestly, Councillor Foster, I looked at too and thought about, amending a language, and I kind of just didn't want, I couldn't really figure out the language, to be very honest. I thought about trying to be helpful and kind of not just critique, bringing some language, and I'm like, because it's a resolution, I think there's a latitude there, but I just wanted to confirm with you that that was something you were. Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to, add that, the intent is to look at all barriers, it's to open up the discussion and really consider all of the things that are getting in the way, and yeah, cultural barriers are definitely part of it. So.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion?
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Oh, who made the motion?
That's Karen.
I did.
Karen.
I got
And
answer.
And seconded by Rachel?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're almost there. All right, any more discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
Yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Gore,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. I'll get right to work on figuring out how to start implementing this thing. Okay, guys? And so next on the agenda is new business, which some people, as Councillor Jarrett and I have talked about, you can say some things here. But seeing, Councillor Elkins, what do you want? What do you got?
I was just going to let everybody know you can do a new Wordle now.
Nice.
That's all.
Okay, great. That was
okay.
Any more new business? Okay, now we're on to adjournment. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, there's no discussion of adjournment. Roll call, please.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Perry,
All the yes.
Councillor Elkins,
Oh my God, yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yeah.
Councillor Gore,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Affirmative.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
1,000 times yes.
Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. And Laura, it's really great having you back.
Yeah.
Good to be back.